Up like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show. Weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
We can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillar. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment out to hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media, and you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have me right here to make sure that happens. And if you've already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead and hit that like button, because you already know what time it is, and you know that this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it. You've seen other people do it well, but what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. There are so many people on social media who need to get great content like this, and it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we want at the end of the day? Don't we want to make the world a better place? Of course we do. So share the content out. Share it through your social media. Share it through word of mouth, or even text someone's phone. But do what you got to do to help spread the word. All right, folks, today we are going to be talking about, of course, another very interesting subject. We are going to be dealing with Black women's joy, y'all. We're going to be dealing with Black women's joy. Yes, y'all. Black women's joy. Her man versus her brother. Yes, y'all, we're going to deal with something that makes Black women smile, okay? We're going to deal with something that makes Black women smile. Their love for this situation and how we as Black men should handle these situations. But we're going to deal with this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful thing that that Black women love to deal in. All right. Now, before we go too far this, first of all, let me give credit where credit is due, y'all. We have a lot of great people who support the channel. I appreciate everyone who supports with views. I appreciate everyone who supports by putting comments after the streams. Those do help with the algorithm. Shout out to everybody who hypes me up. I appreciate it big time. Appreciate it big time. And shout out to everybody who hits that like button. All this makes a difference. So I definitely appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. And gotta give credit where credit is due. Was unsure how he wanted me to put the name in, so I'm just gonna do it this way to make sure there's no trouble, but no disrespect intended, of course. The sponsor of today's stream will go to Anwar D. Okay, shout out to you. You know who you are, Anwar D. Just wanted to make sure there ain't no issues as far as the name is concerned. So shout out to Anwar D. He knows who he is. Okay, he knows who he is. But shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Appreciate you big time. Appreciate you big time, y'all. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, y'all. Big or small, I do appreciate it all. Okay, big or small, I appreciate all. All money on the wood is good over here at the Roger Report Live. Don't ever think twice about that. So shout out to our financial contributors because they do go above and beyond. All right, and let me give some shout outs of a few people in the chat, because when you start a show, y'all, it's always great to see that you got a few people checking in when you get started. It's always a good look at the end of the day. But as y'all know, there can only be one. Y'all know how that goes. If you hear too quick, it ain't gonna work. If you come too late, it ain't gonna work. You gotta learn to thread that needle. But shout out to my main man, Chef Mike's Roundtable, y'all. He is what we like to call around here the Highlander of today's stream. So shout out to Chef Mike's Roundtable in the building and doing his thing again. We appreciate him big time. Appreciate him big time. He helps keeps the order around here. So shout out to Chef Mike's Roundtable. Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you. We also got Inspired Truth Broadcast checking in. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. We got Rael checking in. What's going on, my brother? What's going on? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Shout out to Trail Bentley is in the house. What's going on? Representing as he always does. Hashtag long live the habitual line steppers. Hashtag Negroes in the wilderness. Hashtag dignity over vagina. Hashtag Al Gore's babies. Hashtag Hell Hydra. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Great to see you. Great to see you. We got Afro Merchant in the building. Great to have you, brother. Great to have you. Shout out to Boot Camp. What's happening, my brother? What's happening? Good to have you in the building. We got Tunnel running in the house. What's up, my brother? What's up? Shark Sims is here. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? We got Pistol Pete in the house. What's going on, my brother? Capri 10 is in the building. Shout out to you. We got Dinner with 777 back in the building. Good to have you, brother. Good to have you. Okay, we got Superstar J Quick is in the house. We got Shogun Anakon in the building with my main man Yogami. Follow him up. Glad to see y'all all here. Glad to see y'all all here. And we gonna get this going, y'all, because there's some things that need to be talked around these particular situations that can bring joy to Black women. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it real, y'all. These situations can bring a lot of joy to Black women. Now, the thing is, there's a thrill women get over seeing men, quote unquote, protect them or quote unquote fight for their honor. They like that. They think it says something good about them. And truth be told, it is something good to say about a woman. When you're willing to fight for a woman's honor, that's a beautiful thing. Okay, not saying this should be done every time it's done, but from a woman's perspective, she don't care. She just wants somebody to fight for her. Okay, it just is what it is. Who's fighting for her? She don't really care too much. I mean, let's keep it real. A lot of women would deal with anybody who's willing to fight over. Let's just keep it real. Okay. The measure of a man fighting over them, I'm not gonna say goes much into their thought process. Okay, they just like the whole idea that a man is willing to get hurt over them, willing to hurt someone over them, willing to even die over them, or willing to kill someone over them. They just like that whole idea. It just makes them feel good. And because this makes them feel so good, there's things that happen in their behavior. And a lot of times, we don't think about why this stuff is popping off, but everything's for a reason, y'all. There ain't nothing happening without no reason. Okay, ain't nothing happening without no reason. Now, we put 2 clips in the description. Now, I will tell y'all, over here at the Roger Report Live, sometimes we're going to have clips in the description. So there are people who ask, where are these clips that people are referring to? They're in the descriptions, okay? The clips would normally be in the description. If you have to look for it, it should be in the description. Okay, so you may want to check the description before you even watch the show. That's a smart routine to do, so you'll know what's being referred to. But yeah, it's in the description, y'all. In the description. Shout out to Afro Merchant. He's saying that's some fine AI chocolate you got on the screen, Roger. Collarbone, natural hair, and smiling. Hey man, there was other pictures I could have used. I'll say this. But because the show was coming up, I said, "No, let me just deal with this. Let me just deal with this, y'all." Okay. You know, it's hard. It's hard to catch a black woman smiling. I tell you that, Joe. It's hard to catch a black woman smiling in a situation that I can even put as a thumbnail. I say that it's hard to catch a black woman smiling out here. I had to go with the AI do the time. Had to go with the AI do to save some time because I look, boy, did I look. But it is what it is. Now, there is a thing that black men need to have an understanding of because we grow up. We're boys growing into young men, and we need to understand that black women want you to fight for them. Okay. And even though you really wouldn't think about it, you really wouldn't think about it. Your sister wants you to fight for her. All right. Now, a lot of times we as black men, we don't think about anything from a relationship context with our sisters. But that don't mean they don't think about it. They think about it all the time. Okay. Now, I threw in 2 clips as examples in this situation. And we need to really look at protection of black women and how far should it go? Okay. How far should it go? All right. Because we got what I'm going to say based on reports right now. I mean, and there's some limited information. We got a man who came home one evening. All right. He has a little sister. A lot of us has been through this. The man has a little sister. Okay. Now, he's a black man, so automatically, we could assume he loves his little sister. That's just normal amongst black men. Okay. You're going to love your little sister. And when you have a little sister, you got to protect your little sister. That's just a normal thing. Okay. So, what happens if you come home one night? Your little sister, she's still up, y'all. She's still up. I don't know. Maybe she in the dining room. Maybe she in the living room. Who knows? She watching TV. Okay. She all cuddled up with somebody. But you come home at night. All right. Your sister knew you was coming home eventually. And what does your little sister have? Now, she happens to be a minor and she got a guy over there with her. Okay. Now that's a touchy subject for some folks. Okay. That's a touchy subject, especially once a boy leaves childhood and slides over to adulthood on his 18th birthday. Gets a little touchy for people. Now, let's keep it real. If your little sister's on the couch with some boy and she's canoodling up to him, you know, is this normally going to go well in general? Probably not if she's a minor. Okay, what brother wants to come home and see his little sister all up on the couch? Okay, with some dude and they not married. Let's just keep it real. And they not married. No guy wants to come home and see his sister, all cozied up with any man that ain't her husband. If we just gonna be real about it, okay, this is not a good look for men in general. This is just not a good look. Okay, all right. Now, shout out to Husky the Man Cave. He say, you need to be careful, Roger. Your sister might get you killed. Well, luckily not my sisters. That's all I can tell you, Husky the Man Cave. Luckily not my sisters. But it's not like sisters ain't got their brothers killed before. And I'm pretty sure sisters will get their brothers killed again. Yeah, y'all, that's what happens. Okay? No man wants to come home and see his little sister, you know, with some dude that ain't her husband. It's just that serious at the end of the day. You know, y'all may think, well, what about the boyfriend? What about the fiance? What about, some guy she been talking to since she was a little kid? They know each other. No man wants to come home and find his little sister all hugged up with any man that ain't her husband. That's just the way the game go. Okay? What men will accept is one thing. What men want to see is something totally different. Okay? No brother wants to come home and see his little sister, especially his minor little sister, hugged up with anybody. Okay? Better be her dad. If you want to hug up on somebody, better be her dad. And that's just the way the game go. Now, this is the thing, y'all. And, shout out to Patrick Beverly for obviously being willing to protect his minor little sister. Now, of course, they're gonna drag him in the media, which, as you can see, if y'all have been looking on the internet, they already starting to. I mean, what am I supposed to say about some man who comes home and see his minor sister all up on the couch or something, wherever he saw them at? Okay. Now they say the guy 18 years old, and I understand that, but I don't know the age of the sister. Sister could be 16. He might be 18. Okay. Not that big a deal. But why you over here hugged up on her? Y'all got to do that elsewhere. You don't do that in the house. Okay. You don't do that in the house. Now they say Patrick Beverly just came home and boom, this is what he saw. Now, this is the thing, y'all. Obviously, we live in a country where they're trying to tell men that it's not okay for you to protect your sister. Now, why do I say that? Because he got arrested. Let's be realistic about this, y'all. Why is Pat Beverly getting arrested? He come home, his sister on the couch or whatever. I don't know where she was on the couch. I don't remember if they said on the couch or not. I'm just assuming the couch, okay? She on the couch. I'm going to say she's in the front room or something, more than likely. I hope it wasn't the bedroom. And, he sees her with some quote-unquote boyfriend. Now, I'm not going to say the dude was just too out of there. He could have been, like I said, sister could be 16. He could be 18. That's within reason. Okay, maybe he's a senior in high school. Maybe she's a sophomore or junior. Who knows? All right. Depends on when birthdays line up and all that type of stuff. I ain't tripping off that. Cool. But you can't do it at the crib. No, you don't get to do that at the crib. You got to go somewhere. Okay. That's just the way the game go. You got to go somewhere. As a girl, you don't bring no dude to the crib so you can get all snuggled up with him and not. No, you got to go do that somewhere else. Now, I ain't saying a girl should go do that at all, but you definitely don't do it at the house. Okay, not with your family there. That sounds insane. So I'm going to assume, based on the way the story was told, that maybe Patrick Beverly lives at this particular location. I mean, he's had an NBA career. He's had a little sister. I don't know what his situation is, but maybe his mama done went out there and I'm going. Maybe it's one of them situations where you had that oops baby, where so a couple don't have a child for like a 10-year gap go in between, and then all of a sudden, mama pregnant again. Could be like some situation like that. Okay, where 10 or more years went past, or mama could have just had a different man and had babies with another man, which would explain why Patrick Beverly was able to go have an NBA career and he has a minor sister. So I'm going to assume it's probably something like that going on. But the thing is, she's still a young lady. A lot of young ladies are going to let other black young ladies, influence them. They're going to let some older black women influence them, and they're going to do stupid stuff. Why would you, as a girl, have your boyfriend at your house, snuggled up with you or something, at the family house? Now, the thing is, it could have been worse than that, because they say, based on the report, you would get the indication that Patrick Beverly might have tried to choke the dude out. Okay, maybe Patrick tried to choke the dude out. Okay, you know, that could be what the situation is. Now, am I mad at Patrick Beverly for trying to choke out some guy who could have been trying to, get it on with his sister? I mean, I don't know what he saw when he walked in the house. See, that's the thing. People, we want to say a lot of bad things about black men. If he grabbed dude up and choked him a little bit, even if he just choked him a little bit, based on what the charge is, you'd have to assume that he choked him up a little bit. Number one, I ain't mad at him as it is. I'm just not mad at him, period. Okay? I don't care. Okay? That's his little sister who happens to be a minor. Okay? Patrick could have came home and being realistic, the condom might have already been out. She might have already been undressed. Because we are talking about an NBA player who happens to have a minor little sister. So what home is this? And there could be a situation where Patrick owned all the homes. So she really may have about to jump on the pole in Patrick's home. It's his little sister, but it's a good possibility the home they live in is his. He probably paying the mortgage on the house. I'm not saying he should have to pay the mortgage on his house for me to side with him in this situation. I'm just saying there's a very good chance that he actually paying the mortgage on this particular home because he's an NBA player. Why would your minor little sister be living in the house and her brother has had an NBA career and her brother ain't paying the mortgage on the house? Now, there could be situations where the family already had money. That's true. But more than likely, the NBA player's sibling is got the mortgage covered. Because even if it's mom and dad's house, you get that type of money, more than likely you're gonna buy your parents a home. And they ain't gonna have to pay the mortgage. You will, because you're the NBA star. Gift to your parents. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying, why would Patrick choke up this 18-year-old? Now, my thing is he 18, so you ain't got no extra sympathy for me like, oh, he choking up a kid. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. But he 18. So, I mean, at 18 years old, you supposed to know everything you need to know for the rest of your life. That's just what it is. Life is not fair. Get over it. And at 18 years old, you should know better than to be at the house trying to get up with the little sister like that. And again, we don't know what Patrick saw. Patrick saw enough to make a move. Okay? Patrick saw enough to make a move. All right? So until somebody tell me otherwise, as far as I know, she was about to get it on. And Patrick happened to get there in time to stop her from getting it on. Ain't he supposed to be able to do that? Ain't he supposed to be able to do that? And for him to somehow get arrested sounds crazy to me, y'all. Because that's my thing. How does he get arrested? Let's think about that. How does Patrick end up getting arrested? Because for Patrick to get arrested, somebody got to call the police. Now, who called the police? And if y'all gonna say, well, okay, maybe the police just found out on their own, nobody heard anything, called the police. Okay, cool. When the police get there, who is telling the police that Patrick tried to choke my boyfriend out? Who's telling the police that? Because the police could come, but police coming to a house does not mean they have to arrest anybody. They can go there to investigate. Okay? They can go there to investigate. What the heck is going on that Patrick somehow gets arrested? Because I don't see this as something he should be arrested over. Okay, he may have choked a boyfriend out. He ain't like he killed the dude. Okay, ain't like he killed a dude. He, maybe choked out a little. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just guessing by the chart. Maybe he choked out the boy or the man, because he 18. Maybe he choked the man out just a little bit, but dude should know better. Okay, dude should know better. I mean, he 18. Come on now. You don't know not to be caught at your girlfriend's house. Like, come on, dude, where you live at? And the thing is, what would you do if it was your sister? So now I got to think about this. If I was in Patrick's situation where I'm an adult male, okay, I got a child sister. I come home, I see this child sister, this minor, with some dude. What am I supposed to do at that particular point? If you tell me I can't choke the guy out, I'm sitting there looking like, what's wrong with you at the end of the day? What's wrong with you? Now we got another situation where we got some grown man getting into it with some grown dude about his grown sister. I'm gonna say this looks bad, y'all. Plain and simple. This just plain looks bad. All right. Now I get that you can love your sister. I get you have a sense of protection about your sister. I understand what Patrick Beverly did for his minor sister. But how you getting into it with a man about your grown sister? Now I'm gonna say this. The man did make one point. The man got upset. I think he said he just came home, indicating that he had been off on a little vacation himself. Okay. Now, what does he say? Well, why would you bring dude here? Now, if dude beats on you and you bring said dude to the family home or to a family event, whatever it is, okay, your sister has in a relationship, but she's grown. She has a man that beats on her a little bit, and she cool with that. Why would she bring the guy who beats on her to the family event or to the family home? Now, I'm going to say this. The dude who snapped, he does have a point why you bring dude around here. But I am going to say this now. Bro, you got to chill. Telling that man, if you slap my sister one more time, bro, why would you say that to that man? Let that man slap your sister. Okay? Black men are truly going to have to learn how to protect black women. So why would you tell another man, slap my sister one more time? Because we know what that means. We know that's him basically saying it's not in your best interest to slap my sister any more times. Why, bro? I understand that's your grown sister. I understand that. Your grown sister, she like getting she likes getting railed by a man that slaps on her. No, I'm not talking about sexual slaps. She likes taking pipe from a man who likes to beat her up a little bit. Now, this is my thing. He ain't beating her that bad. They still together. And y'all, this is where we as men got to get serious about what the code of conduct is supposed to be. Because what I see, and and we're gonna make some assumptions because we only have so much information at this particular point. Black women's joy is getting black men in way too much trouble. Okay? Girls know what they're doing. Women know what they're doing. Why is Patrick Beverly, little sister, who is probably trying to have sex with the 18-year-old, trying to have sex at the house where Patrick Beverly can just come home and see it? Okay? Because that's what I have to assume was going on for Patrick Beverly to get to the point that he gonna choke somebody. Let's just keep that real. For him to just come in and be about to choke somebody, more than likely he caught them getting ready to participate in some sexual activities. You ain't gonna just choke a guy out for no reason. Okay? Now, on the other end, we got a grown man who having sex with his grown woman. And we got another grown man trying to interfere, talking about, man, slap my sister again. Like, bro, chill. I know it probably hurts you as a black man. I know it probably hurts to understand that your sister, you know, she like to take pipe from a guy who knocking her all upside the head. I know that probably hurts as a grown man. And y'all, we got to think about this from another grown man's perspective. I know it probably hurts a grown man to know that his sister is getting mollywopped. And after his sister get mollywopped, she get the elephant trunk. Okay? Shout out to CT, the comedian. You know, it's got to hurt as a grown man to know your little sister, okay, or any sister is getting that elephant trunk, you know, but she also, she taking the ones and twos on a regular basis. You know, she taking that right cross and that left cross real well. That's probably got to hurt as a man. But at the end of the day, is it actually your business? That's the thing. Is it your business at the end of the day? Now, we can say what we want. We can react the way we want. But she grown. Once she grown, who am I to tell her what type of guy she can and cannot be with? Now, I can understand not bringing dude around the family and everybody knows she get mollywopped on a regular basis. I can definitely understand that. But can I tell my sister she can't have this guy as her man? No, I can't tell my sister that. Okay? My sister got to be a grown woman. And to be under my protection, my sister got to do what I say. So my sister can't get no man who beating up on her and then call me and be like, hey, Roger, he hit me again. Come over here and handle that. Come over here and handle what? What you want me to do? Get a cake and bring it to you? What you want me to do? Get some pie? We finna eat dessert together? Like, I don't know what you want me to do when you a grown woman and somebody is knocking you upside your head. I don't know what you want me to do because you grown. You don't live at home no more. Now, when I was in a household with my parents, okay, yes, I would protect my sister because I understand. Naturally, you want to protect your sister. Even as a grown man now, I accept that was an extension of my father's role. You know, my father's going to protect his children. Me being his son, I'm an extension of that. But once you grown and gone, I ain't got nothing to do with that. But we got three guys who just stepped up to the panel, so I'm going to go ahead and give them the mic. Black Uru, you got it first. We're going to have Rael follow him up. And right after Rael, we will get we will get James Evans in right after that. Go ahead, Black Uru.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Roger. I hope I'm coming in clear.
I don't see that
And
too.
You sound fine, brother.
I hope you guys are doing well.
Just
You know what's
smile.
funny? I'm the thing that stood out with me with the Pat Beverly thing is he has a sister who is at least 20 years younger than him. So he's 37. His sister's a minor, so she, 17 at the oldest. Maybe even younger than that. So first thing that comes to my mind is, where are the parents, man? First of all, how you making kids in the 90s or I mean the 80s, and then making kids in the 2010s almost, man? I mean, come on, man. You know, you know, I mean, and so now I'm aware of the child's mother, where's the child's father? I mean, God knows where the child's father is, right? If it's that kind of thing, where you're doing something like that. So I just, him having to try to play father to a teenage sister, a former NBA player, you come in your house and dude all up in your sister. It's just, I mean, come on, and you're just supposed to be able to let that go down. And if you do something about it, then now you're because you're an NBA player, it's exposed everywhere. You got a rap, you got your you know, with the picture or whatever, mugshot. Yeah. And now whatever you got going on that's associated with your name and reputation is now kind of tainted because of this. You know, and it's all because of this family dysfunction, you know, that regardless of what you achieve in life, you know, Pat Bev has done a lot for himself. He's done a lot for himself. Um, had a long, distinguished NBA career. Uh, and so for this to be the first thing you think about him now, maybe going into some foreseeable future, is disheartening. But it's very much reminiscent of the gynocratic order, because this is a very much a product of the gynocracy, the loose sister fucking in your house uh, kind of thing. And the mother is, who knows where she is. The father, did we even know who the child's father is? And the older responsible brother trying to clean up a mess that is generations in the making. So I'll end my opening statement with that.
All right. Rael, you got it, my brother.
Peace, Roger. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. Hope everybody had a good weekend. This goes back to a conversation we had on the panel with Santana, where I asked him, because he was talking about, black men, need to, help the community and all that type of rhetoric. And I asked him, has he ever seen any of his female family members with guys? And he said yes. And I said, you seen these same female members with kids with these guys? And he was like, well, yeah. And I was like, did you ever step in as a man of the family and intervene and, implement this leadership that you claiming that black men need to have over the black community? And he said no. And I asked him, well, do you have the power to dictate and decide who the women in your family can deal with? And he said no. So I was like, well, how can you expect black men to do the same in a macro position when you can't even do it on a micro level? And this is an example of that. Pat on a micro level trying to implement discipline and order, and it backfiring. And this is a guy who was an NBA millionaire, had a pretty good career, and even he himself was not able to enforce order and discipline in his own household. The other guy, he just a clown, and I'll leave it there.
Simple and brief. Simple and brief. Okay. All right. We got what's this? Stupid niggas. You have the floor. Stupid niggas. You on mute.
Yes, can you hear me now?
There we go. There we go. We got you now.
All right. Happy Monday, Roger.
Happy Monday.
At least you're not. At least you're not behind bars on bail. No, it's good. It's good. It's a good thing to be free, man. It's good to hold on to your freedom.
That it is.
Don't let stupid hoes derail you from your square. Okay. Obviously, homeboy was stupid. That's what I'm gonna say. The other guy, let's say, he's 18 years old. Okay, we're going to assume that his sister is not 10 years old, because if she was 10, he wouldn't need to put hands on her. He would just need to call the police and get him arrested. Okay, so I'm going to assume that they are closer in age, and she's also grown enough to sneak a penis in the house. He's grown enough to make that decision. And he's also grown enough to come to make some delivery. So I don't see why he would risk everything that he worked for to just jump and choke the guy. Because let's say he choked him to death. Now what? You're gonna go to jail because somebody wanted to put it down on your sister? I mean, somebody gonna put it down on her anyway. Why put yourself in so much trouble over that? You know. Besides, I think he's way too comfortable with putting hands on another man instead of giving his sister the business. Because his sister let the guy in. His sister invited the guy in the house, so he has no smoke for her. He skips over the sister and jumps the guy. It doesn't make sense. But also, lastly, I wouldn't do it. I have sisters too, but I wouldn't just jump a guy because he's messing with my sister. Not that quick. Yes. I think he was way too emotional, and also where are the black women protesting? He's arrested over protecting or the black one, because one thing we always hear is this: well, black women are protected. Now that a black girl has been protected and homeboy is in prison now, where are they to protest that? Because that's a bad look. That means that you protect them and you end up in jail and they don't say anything about it. So why should I risk my freedom? It feels good to be a free man.
Okay. Interesting way you put that together. All right, we got James Evans here. James, you got the flow, my brother.
Hey, happy Monday. I hope you had a really good weekend. I hope you enjoyed some of the NFL games and NBA games. Let me just say this. Shout out to Patrick Beverly for using the spirit of James Evans, because this was back in the 1960s, in the 70s, especially in the 70s, where there were black men like him right now. That boy would probably got his ass whooped with a belt and everything else. Because the James Evans back then would not allow their daughter having a man in bed, especially the fact that you're the one that is paying for the mortgage, making sure that the roof is over their head and everything else, and that you worked hard for your family to live in and everything else. And by the time after she's 18 years old, she graduates from high school and all that, she can do whatever the hell she wants to do as long as not in my house. It's really a shame that this granocracy has basically changed the definition of protecting women, particularly protecting minors and everything else. So what Patrick Beverly was doing was, number one, he was protecting a sibling against a very grotesque male who was, violating her sister, or her sister let her violate and everything else, doing rude acts and all that. And he handled his business because this is his house. I'm not gonna let somebody, if my sister was doing that with the man and everything else, if she was like 17 years old and guys 17, 18, the hell no, there's going to be some discussions going on and everything else. Be at the point that we're going to be fighting and everything else. So I don't believe Patrick Beverly did anything wrong at all. But again, this granocracy has really changed the law and definition on how women should be protected and everything else. I mean, I just think it's just BS and everything else. So I'm gonna land my plane and let everybody else comment.
All right. Well, I'm gonna say, y'all, we don't know exactly what the little sister was doing, but you got to assume it was something going on. I mean, it was obviously something enough that he was arrested on charges of I forgot exactly how they say the charge, but it basically like you choking somebody out. Okay, you trying to stop somebody from breathing. Now at the end of the day, what were they doing? More than likely, the way I see it, I think they was about to get it on, and Patrick came in right before they got it on. Lord knows, hopefully he didn't see them actually getting it on. But so I'm gonna hope that that's what it was. He came home and they was about to get it on, and he happened to break that up. But now the thing is, you got to ask yourself, why are the
Well,
cops there? Yeah,
there,
go ahead.
but even before, like, what we don't know is what could have precipitated the choking. It might not have been just him busting in, coming into his home and seeing them having sex and just grabbing the guy by the throat. He could have came
Popped off at
in,
the mouth.
presumably angry, told the guy to leave or something. The guy says something back to him. Insults go back and forth. Threats go back and forth. And then, of course, I mean, Patrick Beverly is, this guy was guarding, LeBron James, for Christ's sake, in the NBA. So that boy was at a major disadvantage, in that particular encounter, you know. And so, yeah, he got him by the throat, but there's a whole lot that could have happened before, he was choking that boy out. And that boy could have been, I'm referring to him as a boy, because you're right, Roger. I mean, technically, legally, he's an adult, at least in some respects, being 18 years old. But a lot could have happened that resulted in things getting physical. It might have been more than just him simply catching them.
Well, I'm gonna say that you're probably right, and I'm gonna say this because when you catch some two people together, there's no telling how that conversation is gonna go at that particular point. I'm gonna say it's his fault because he's 18. He's supposed to know better at this point. At that point, if you 18 years old and somebody catch you about to get it on with somebody's daughter, you supposed to say, "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, ma'am. No, I shouldn't have been here. You should have been super respectful." And I'm gonna say more than likely that was not the case. For you to end up getting choked out, that's probably not the case. I don't think respect was issued the way it should have been issued.
Well,
Plus,
there was no respect because he came up in the house fucking on that girl, fucking on that minor
Yep.
girl. So there was no disrespect. No, there was no respect from the beginning. Right there, and you got to be a father to really understand what that means. You gonna come at my house and fuck on my baby sister or my daughter or something like that? So you came in on a disrespect too.
yeah,
I think it's interesting too. These will be the same type of black people that will say no snitching to the police. These will be the same type of people that be on it like that when it comes to not holding accountable some menace in that society that's black. They'll be of that ilk, but when it comes to black men and a patriarch type order in terms of like authority, they will do everything they can to undermine that leadership because ultimately both of them or well one of them or both of them went to get some kind of um, opposite enforcement in terms of what he was trying to implement. So clearly, they believed that he was not the authority. That really, to me, is what really resonates from this story more so than anything. We're talking about a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old. Once he handled the situation, that should have been the end of it. You knew you was out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? As a young man, you lucky that's all you got. You know what I'm saying? And then he should have went about his business, and got up out of there. And she should have whatever he had to do to enforce discipline. That should have been that, and then it should have been the end of it. The fact that it got to the police, proved that neither one of them viewed him as the authority, and more so his own sister. His own sister that was living with him, that he was paying for, but that ain't his child. She does not even view him as the authority figure in his own house. And I think that is even more troubling than the young dude being up in there. Because had it not been for her, he wouldn't have been in there in the first place.
Now I gotta say this because we don't want false narrative. We do not know the age of the girl. This could have been an 18-year-old with a 15-year-old. This could be, a lot of times, seniors date freshmen. We don't know exactly how old the girl was. I'm just gonna assume these were high school age people. I'm gonna assume that these people probably had some form of relationship going on. It's just he came home and as a young man, you got to know you got to provide your own space. If you're trying to quote unquote violate somebody's daughter, you got to do that at your own space. You got to get your own car, your own house, your own something. You don't go into the family home and try to do it there. That's just stupid at the end of the day. But I will say this: I honestly believe the mama called. Now, why am I saying this?
I think so
Because Patrick Beverly is an NBA player.
Huh?
Patrick Beverly got some money. He probably provided a very nice home for them to be in. He probably got a very nice home for them to be in at the end of the day. And so I do believe he's paying for everything. That's what I personally believe because who's going to live with Patrick Beverly? More than likely his mama, who probably ain't married. I'm trying to find any information about his parents right now while we on air, but it's probably going to be the mama who ain't married to his dad. So who's he gonna basically put up? He's probably gonna let his mama stay with him, and now his mama got a kid, so he gonna let his mama kid stay with him too. All that makes sense at the end of the day. But regardless of him being an NBA player, it's just about respect for a man, period. Because you don't need to be a famous guy or be in the NBA to get some level of respect. Why? Who called the police? More than likely, I'm gonna say the mama did. Now, because this is crazy. Because is a child gonna call the police?
I don't think it was the mother. I don't think it was the mother. I think it was his sister. I mean, we have seen Pat Beverly with his mother. She has been a prominent feature. They appear to be fairly close. I don't think I think his mother, regardless of what we might think about her quality as a mother, woman or whatever, I think she would not consider it to be in her best interest to do that to Patrick. I don't think, from what I've observed her, I don't think she would consider it to be in her best interest to do that. I think the daughter saw her boyfriend getting choked out, getting beat down and choked out, and she grabbed her cell phone and dialed 911. And after she dialed 911, regardless of what she wanted to happen at that point, it's out of her hand.
Yeah, that's what I think may have happened and everything else. That the younger sibling was the one to call the police and everything else. But I want to go back to what Rael just said. I think black patriarchy is sort of being criminalized right now in today's society, where basically we're just at our hands are a little bit tied that we can't necessarily restore order if we see one of our female younger siblings doing, engaging sexual activities at a younger age at 16, 15 years old, and her boyfriend, is either 17, 18 years old. Okay? It seems like it's being criminalized for trying to protect our female siblings when we see this type of stuff going on.
Well, I ain't gonna say seem like he got arrested.
Hold on. According to this one article, just to kind of give it a little bit more clarity, this is according to the Basketball Network. Fair use. It poses the question, but did he end up choking his own sister? He said, at first, many thought that Beverly beat up the guy whom he caught with his underage sister. But looking closely at the charge filed against Pat Bev, It is assault, family, household, impeding breath in the third degree, which means the person Pat Bev did harm to was a family member, not a stranger. Um, it said that he found the guy in the home in the middle of the night. Man, look, yo, man, are we serious here, man? Like, 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 this is not beyond the pale of any other group that is considered patriarchal. This would have been the same response, man.
Yeah.
Like, this is not. This is like I said. See he as far as I'm concerned, I view this as more being about her than the guy because she get first of all, a man's home is his castle, number one, first and foremost. That's his domain. That's where he lays his head, that's where his comfort is, that's where his safety is. You don't just bring no man up in another man's castle. I don't care who you are. I don't care if it's your mama. I don't care if it's your sister, your cousin. I think Sean Taylor, if I'm not mistaken, this is how he actually got killed years ago. Like I think he had a party, and I think maybe if I'm not mistaken, I think his sisters might have invited some people there, and they later on came and tried to burglarize the place. And because he was a felon at that time, he couldn't have a firearm and he couldn't defend himself. And so, like, this is not even just about this just being his sister and she was some boy. They catch her across town. This is like you're bringing somebody in there that could literally be dangerous to this man's safety and well-being. They're seeing the type of stuff he has in his home. A lot of times, man, people are robbed. Their homes are burglarized by people they know. So this has a whole lot more ramifications than just her just dealing with a boy. It's the fact that it's in his home, and you're giving somebody access to the home uh, in the middle of the night. Who are not supposed to be there, man. This is
Well,
ridiculous.
well, I'm gonna say that saying what it's saying, that indicates, yeah, it might Patrick might have took it out on the sister, which I'm totally fine with. She the one did it. And then it's probably somewhere he going to the bathroom or something, or maybe he just coming home and it's 3 o'clock in the morning and he find dude going to the bathroom. We don't know how it went down, but middle of the night said something. What can people mean by the middle of the night? More than likely, they're talking about somewhere between 2 a.m. I mean, technically, it could be anywhere between 12 a.m. and maybe 6 a.m. that you even can be talking about the middle of the night. So he could have came home and dude might have been coming out the bedroom because he going to the bathroom or something. We don't know what the situation is, but Patrick probably paying for it at the end of the day because he is the guy that played in the NBA. So more than likely, he's paying the mortgage. Just is what it is. So it'd be worse. I mean, it would be bad if it was Patrick's father's home. It's just even worse when Patrick actually paying the bill on it. I don't pay a mortgage, so you can come in here and bring dudes in here to get it on with. You got to figure out how to get that done on your own. That's not allowed in this house. And I can't say nothing about that because ain't that what most good parents say? Look, you can do some of that when you go get your own place. You ain't gonna do that up in this house. I'm sure most of y'all have heard that at some point in time. So and I think is you do have to think about how do you actually protect a woman who happens to be your sister? Because I think if he choked her out, I mean that's protection if you ask me. Because once you get out into the world, she got to know how to operate on her own. I ain't gonna be this close. You probably shouldn't just be inviting dudes in the house like that. So it is what it is on that note. And you ain't got no good sense because you got to do it over here in the quote unquote middle of the night. Why is he here after midnight? That's just real talk to me. Why is he here after midnight? Now, I don't know if this happened in the summer, over the weekend, or whatever, but middle of the night for a guy that's 18, and I'm going to assume the girl is at least 15. I'm going to give her that. I'm going to give her, she's anywhere between 15, 16, 17. There's probably some kids that go to school together, or they might have been in the mall or something. He met her somewhere, or whatever the case is. So I'll give the girl is probably high school age, not She's not a woman yet, not gonna be as smart. She's gonna do dumb stuff. But when you see a girl doing dumb stuff, what you supposed to do about it? Because if you just let it go, she gonna just keep doing more of it. So he gotta do what he gotta do. And I don't believe his sister was in any threatened position like she was gonna die. Because I just don't see him doing that to his sister. It just is what it is.
These are the same. This is the same cohort of females that will sit there and respond like this, or have people respond like this to their brother, like enforcing order and discipline, and then at the same time be in love with a dude that go upside their head at the same time, which is what the second dude was about as well. It's like, man, your sister is an adult. You ain't even been around like that, and even if you was around like that, you didn't enforce no order and discipline like that. And this is what pisses me off, like, about this. Like, I get so sick and tired, of black men using their code, which is not a bad code if you're dealing with honorable females. But when you're dealing with dishonorable females, you make yourself look goofy, because ultimately Beverly is looking goofy and this other dude is looking goofy, because at the end of the day, he's having a tirade about his sister dealing with some dude that put them binks on her ass. She with him.
Mm.
Like, what are you getting mad at? What are you getting mad at the end of the day? Like, that's
But
what she
the
chose.
violation there though was she brought him to the house. See, if she had not brought him to the house, the brother probably, out of sight, out of mind. But because she brought it to the house, and he looked like the kind of guy who have a reputation for handling business in a certain kind of way, like he said, like, you kind of violating my reputation.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
look at it.
I
But
got a
look at it.
reputation out here.
Well,
Look at it.
and Ryan, real quickly, I gotta say, I don't believe Patrick looks goofy, because he's dealing with his home. Now, if he'd have been doing this somewhere else, possibly he could look goofy. But see, my thing is, the girl is a minor, so I got to roll with him, and it happened in his home. So he got to set precedents about what's going to go on around here. Now, what you doing outside in the streets where I can't catch it, that's different. But you brought it into the house. Man, everything up for grabs at that point. This is my house.
Well, I mean, in terms of public opinion, like most, and this is sad to say, but most black people are going to look at him as being goofy. They're going to look at him as like, oh, he overreacted, and like, they're not going to look at it from the patriarch perspective and protection perspective. And so, I'm not saying he's the fact that he wants to protect his sister like that, that's actually commendable and honorable. But unfortunately, you know, these both of these situations just prove that what is constantly pushed towards black men as far as like protection, that's not what people want in black America. They don't want protection. First of all, like, I grew up with my pops. Let me tell you something. My dad used to be a boxer in the military. Okay. He didn't deal with me like a kid. He didn't say like he wasn't abusive. You know what I'm saying? I think my dad might have whipped me like 3 times. When he dealt with me, he dealt with me like a young man. Like, when I did something that was out of pocket, he was like, "Come here," and he would just bow in the chest and be like, "Straighten up," or catch you in the back of your head. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever said anything about, "Oh man, such and such and such and such." But I mean, I wasn't getting out of pocket with my pops like that to catch them bolos in the chest like that anyway. You know what I'm saying? I caught a few of them. That was enough. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, like, it wasn't like people were like, "Oh, he's a boy, don't do him like that." It was like, no, it was a father enforcing discipline. I appreciate it. And it's like that was the end of it. But it's like, when it comes to females, as far as our group is concerned, you can't enforce order and discipline. like you're going to be criticized for being misogynistic and all this attacks, aspersions on your character as a man, when you the way that men are going to show love in a lot of ways is going to come through the force of discipline and order, and sometimes physical uh in terms of physical pressure, in terms of like, look, you better cut this shit out. And so for me, the irony of it all is, if this was a black mom, this would have never the police would have never been called. The police would have never even been called. They would have accepted that as, well, that's your mom, and you got out of pocket, so that's it. But the fact that it's a male, um, to me, just really shows how pathetic, Black America is in terms of respecting Black masculinity, and even when it comes to protecting the interests of this young female who really don't know what the hell she's doing. It's still a problem, even when you do it from a man's perspective.
Yep. Exactly. Bingo. Well said.
Well, it
That-
also
I'm glad
we
you said
know
that.
that we know she's a problem child for two reasons. We know she let some guy in the house in the middle of the night. You gotta have some problems if you're gonna do some shit like that. No matter how much you like dick, that's a whole different kind of level of misbehavior. And if it is her that Beverly was choking or grabbed around the neck or whatever, you don't do that on a one-off situation. You do that after you've had some struggles with somebody. You've had some frustration. You've had a lot of arguments. You've been trying to deal with her in a reasonable kind of way, and it still hadn't gotten through. That's usually when you get to a point. Black men in particular, unless they are a certain kind of guy, ain't too quick to put their hands on their sisters like that, or women in general. So once it gets to that level, this is after a lot of frustration, a lot of arguments, a lot of trying to get her to do right, a lot of her trying to
Hmm.
get her to not
Yeah.
be crawling up under some other dude, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, at this point, he need to be making some arrangements to send her to some boarding school or whatever, because you're not living in this house anymore. You're not
Yeah.
living in this house anymore.
No, not at all.
Or just simply kick her out of the house. If you want to be a part of
Well,
this.
well,
But
she's a minor,
she's a
so he can't
minor.
just kick her out.
She's a
Yeah, he
minor.
gotta
Yeah,
arrange something.
yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
That's
can't
why I
just
say
put.
Yeah.
I send her
Because
at
I mean,
boarding school, and then after that, well, he's got a lot of money, so maybe he financed her college education. It's probably ain't that much of a big deal for him to do it. But other than that, I'm done with her.
yeah,
I'm done
yeah,
with her.
let
I
me
send
ask
her to boarding
Yeah, she at
school.
my house.
I
Yeah, she at
maybe
my
I
house.
pay for college if she maintains a certain grade point average, and that's it. I'm done.
let me
I'm
ask
leaving
you all
it
this.
to my mama after that point.
Let me ask you all this question, Black Guru and Rael. If this was James Evans or Joe Jackson that did this, would they have been arrested too?
They would have been arrested because the police was probably called at the end of the day. And see, this is the thing.
Damn.
Who the guy? If the guy says anything, he going to jail. Because keep in mind, a guy was there. Now you in a tricky situation because that's your girl per se. I would assume that's your girl. I don't know. Maybe it was just a one-hit quitter situation. But assuming that's your girl, do you not say something? And then now she mad at you?
Look, we don't know the circumstances in which he caught this dude. This dude could have been walking around his penis swinging, coming out the room for all we know, though. We don't know. And the way that he responded, it looked like it sounds like that probably could have been what it was. And I don't really think you got to be around men to understand the level of rage that men can go to not do certain things. Like for me, I've seen my father be in a state of mind where he was ready to kill somebody. Okay, I've seen it, and it ain't pretty, especially when you kind of, you gotta try to calm him down, and you hoping that he don't swing on you because he's that lit, that fuse is lit. And that's where Patrick Beverly was. He was lit
Yeah.
at a level where he could have killed somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
So that momentary lapse of judgment could have cost somebody their life. You know what I'm saying? Because he could have been that enraged.
Yeah.
And you got a lot of young people out here, this younger generation especially, they think, I don't know, man, they just got this notion that men are toys or some, like you just play with men. Like when I was coming up, man, you didn't play around with grown men, man. Man, them old men would have served your ass. Like, and it didn't even have to
Yeah.
be in your family. It could have been the men in the church. You get out of pocket, yo, man, they was on you. And so for me, it's just like, it's just one of those things where it's like, man, like it makes sense now why black men as a collective are really not getting the respect from the females in general. Because as we can see, even in the home environment where a female is being provided for in a pretty good way, that I know Pat Bev was providing, man, this dude still can't even get the respect. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like at a certain point, man, like men at the family level are going to have to really, really start sitting down. Like even when it goes back to the Ray Rice situation, when Stephen A said, like, look, I tell my sisters, like, look, I ain't gonna be there to protect you like that. So you gotta, you know what I'm saying, carry yourself in a different fashion. And there was all this hoopla about how he responded, and he ended up getting suspended. But Whoopi Goldberg basically said the same thing on The View, and she didn't get suspended. And it was like he said the same thing she said. And it's like, but if it's a man saying it, it's for some reason it's almost like
Misogynist.
how dare you tell me what to do? You know, and
Yeah.
this is a young chick living in his house. This ain't even his daughter. Like he wouldn't even take this from his own daughter, let alone his sister. Like this is a different dynamic. This is your sister. At the end of the day, you standing as the man of the family, the head of the household. This is who you're supposed to give your undivided attention to and respect. And you just got a dude in the middle of the night. Like this dude, I think he lives in Texas. Texas is a stand your ground state.
Yeah.
He could have pulled out that tool. Bow.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
it,
That's
it's
You know what I'm
in,
saying?
it's informative. It's informative that the sister is at least 20 years younger than him, because that says something about the mother, the behavior and the character of the mother,
Yeah.
which then informs the behavior of that child. See, if you know, I mean, you know, when you're doing stuff like that, you know, how are you really thinking? You know, we ain't heard nothing about the child's mother. This is a minor child. We ain't heard nothing about the child's mother in all this hoopla. We certainly haven't heard anything about a father. I mean, I guess black people don't even have fathers these days. So, I mean, it says something about the environment, in spite of Pat Bev's wealth and fame, that there's still some basic kind of nigga, you know, to make a point, shit going on around it. And like I say, him grabbing the girl says that it wasn't really even about the dude. It was about the girl. It was about
It was
some
about the way how she was.
ongoing problem.
Yes.
It
Yeah, it
was
was
about
about the way how she
ongoing
was.
problem.
It was the way how she
It
was
was about
behaving.
ongoing.
Go
It
ahead.
was about ongoing problems that he's had with that girl that has been going on for some time. But the mother created that problem when you have a child that's 20 years younger than you are. When you do that, you are on some. That's out of order. That's out of order. That is people being kind of reckless with their decision making, and it just spread to the child. And now she's this young child. Bev's got a lot of money, so I'm sure she's got access to all kinds of stuff and carrying on any kind of way. Spoiled black girl, and it adds up into this kind of behavior. Where I can do whatever I want to do.
Exactly. I mean, like I said, black male authority is being criminalized, for doing what is morally right and morally correct and everything else. Whenever you see a young sibling behaving like this constantly and everything else, he finally puts his foot down and everything else. It went to the extreme, but hey, what is he supposed to do? How's he supposed to? I mean, what is he supposed to do? He's got to do something. He's got to do something to restore order and everything else.
Well, I'm gonna say what Patrick Beverly did seems to be fine. Now I'm gonna say shout out to superstar Jay Quick. He said all of this stems from Keisha. She made a decision to disrespect the house because she has no respect for black men's authority. Now I'm gonna agree with that. I just hate the way y'all use that term Keisha like that. I'm sure it's a nice young lady named Keisha out there somewhere. But at the end of the day, y'all, we got to be comfortable and be willing to say what Patrick Beverly did is fine. Patrick Beverly came home. More than likely, is actually his home. He's paying for everything up in that joint 9 times out of 10. I bet you money his mama don't work. And I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I'm saying you got a rich NBA player son. You probably just don't have to work because your son got you like that. I'm not even saying she's lazy. I'm just saying she probably just don't work because she don't have to at the end of the day. So you probably paying for everything. My sister ain't finna be getting it on with random dudes in the house. It just is what it is. The one thing I can say, and I thought about it, I ain't never tried to hit nothing in a mom and daddy house. I was a kid too. I ain't never tried to hit in a mom and daddy house. Just is what it is. I had better plan than that. You know what I'm saying? Did I do something as a minor? Sure. But I ain't never tried to hit nobody at their mama and daddy house. That was a no-go for me. Okay, that was a no-go for me. I ain't never did that one. So young man made a super decision to do that in the first place.
I had older cousins. They say if you're gonna try to do something, let me know. I'll let you hang out here. I was blessed in that regard. They made a point of like, look, you want to try to do something, we'll look girly, hook something up because they knew they auntie. It's like, no, you don't want to try to bring her in your house, and you definitely don't want to try to be in somebody else's house. But that's how you're gonna do that. Just let me know who, take care of things, and you can go and do your little thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, the parents' home is insane. But I'm going to slow down right here because Truth Teller then came up. So I'm going to let Truth Teller get in. Go ahead, my brother.
Hey, good morning, Roger. Good morning, gentlemen. Quick question. Is his sister a minor?
Yes, she is a minor.
All right. If she's a minor, I ain't got no problems with what he did. He should probably send her to all-girls private school since he got the money. And he ain't got to worry about it for the next couple of years until she turn 18 and go wild out on her own. That's how he should follow that up. No qualms about him, his house, to coming to find a dude out there in the night, blah, blah, blah. She's a kid. You can't put adult functionality onto a kid. You're going to be disappointed every time. But the other video, that other video, I'm not going to lie. If something happened to that dude, I couldn't say he didn't deserve it. I'm going to just put it like that. If something happened to that dude, I'm going to say I cannot say he didn't deserve it. And I keep telling everybody, you need to understand the lanes that you swim in. You're somebody's mother, but once they become an adult, You're their mother, but you're not in charge of them no more. Same with the father, same with the sister, same with the brother. You don't have say on who they date, why they date them, how they date them, what reasons they have to date them, why they marry them. You don't have that right. That's gone. That nigga overstepped lines, and he think he's protecting his sister when he's crossing the line. And the other dude is actually in the right. It don't matter how he treats your sister, as long as she's accepting of it. Your only job is to respect her wishes.
Yep.
That's it. You don't have no say in how she should do it or what she should do, or he ain't treating her right. Nigga, it don't matter how you feel like how she treats. The only person who it matters to is her. And if she's good with it, it's all gravy. I'm not putting my hands on no other dude because I don't like how he treat my sister, but she love how he treating her. Why I gotta look like a dickhead? No, not me. So if you want to cross the lines, and we have a real problem in our community with understanding what the lines are. That's the first thing. We have a real problem with understanding what the lines are, and niggas always want to cross it. And when they get what they get when they cross it, everybody want to feel bad. Oh, that was wrong. It wasn't right. It wasn't this. You shouldn't have crossed the lines. You should have respected it and took your ass home to your woman and protect your family like you're supposed to. That's it.
Well said, brother. Well said. All right, y'all. We got a couple other guests that done slid up here, so let me get them in. Red Pill Sleeper Cell, you got it, my brother.
What's up, Roger? What's up, panel?
How you doing?
You know what's more disrespectful? What that young man has done over at Patrick Beverly's house?
What's that?
Not hitting the like button on this great content right here. It is.
You ain't lying.
This is like
Amen.
totally disrespectful. You got Roger who puts in God knows how many hours of research. You got our great elder Black Uru with infinite wisdom, and a person with intellectual prowess like Rael, and y'all disrespecting this panel and Roger.
Amen.
Please hit the like button.
Amen.
Share, like,
Salute.
and if you can, please donate. This is the greatest show on YouTube.
Amen.
Cut this out.
Amen. Real talk. Real talk. and I probably will. You know, I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Real talk. Okay. And we got Gold P. Gold P, you got to follow that up. Now I know you can't really follow that up because that was just awesome what he just did. But you can make an opening statement. That'll be good. You can do a good opening statement. Ain't no beating that though. Ain't no beating that. Go ahead, Blow.
Off top.
You know, Roger, you can't just say, hey, go P, go ahead. Go ahead. It's your turn, brother. Go on. You gotta give all the
I gotta give him his props. That's what I was doing. I was just giving him his props. That's
why
all.
you gotta include me in that, bro? Why
you just happen to be next. I couldn't schedule that. You happen to be next.
You know, I'm always promoting the Roger Report, bro. What you mean, man? And you have failed to give me my props when I constantly come to work and, you know, make sure the channel is productive, man.
Gold P, the greatest mod ever. I don't know what you're talking about.
You
Gold P, the greatest mod ever. Okay, real talk. The greatest mod ever, bro.
Y'all better not start.
I was just trying to get that man his shine, but you the greatest mod ever, okay? You the greatest mod ever.
I appreciate it. It's about daggone time, man. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat, man. AI, you know, I appreciate y'all, man. Off top. Yeah. Now that was part of my first minute. That was my first minute. My second minute is I watched the videos and I seen those. And I'm just say, man, look, my position is this. You know, your sister, your mama, your auntie, whomever, they can get you caught up in some dumb stuff they in because of their decisions, man. Am I saying it's right that the dude jumps on you, your sister, auntie, mom, and all that? No, I'm not saying it. But at the same time, like, man, you know, you can't use me as one who's the guard dog. You know, you started some stuff, you did some stuff to him, and expecting him not to respond. You know, hey, you know, men have return fire. What's called return fire. Okay, and it gets to a point where he's willing to accept the consequences and repercussions of what he's about to do. You shouldn't put him in that position. That's just my position, and I leave it at that, man.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say
I
black men need.
wanted to.
Oh, go ahead, Black. Go ahead.
I mean, I wanted to respond to what Truth Teller said. I think we need to clarify what happened there. Because I don't think his issue was the guy beating his sister's ass. Because if his issue was the guy beating his sister's ass, he would have got with him a lot earlier, and he would have went after him. His issue was this nigga is bold enough to beat my sister's ass, didn't come to my territory with her. See, I don't get in my sister, whatever, she's married business. I don't get in my daughter's married business. You know, I don't do that. You know, I mean, I make a point not to do that. But it's a whole other thing when you bring your business to me. When you bring your business to me, that's a different thing. And I think his issue was, okay, now you're not gonna be beating her ass. Everybody knows she be beating your ass. Last time we saw her, she all knocked upside the head. And now you gonna show up here, nigga? Nah, man. Nah. Y'all keep that bullshit over there. You keep that bullshit over there. I don't have to see it. I don't have to hear about it. Whatever. I'll just deal with the fact that my sister likes to get her ass beat. But when you come over here, player, then now it's a territory kind of thing. And you just violate. And that's kind of how I interpreted what was happening there.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Well, hold on. I wanted to respond to that real quick because
go ahead.
your interpretation would be valid if he was talking to her, the person who brought him there. Right? So he's crossing the line because he shouldn't be talking to that dude. Because he doesn't like what that dude does to his sister.
I agree.
He's talking to that.
No, it's not.
So, but hold on. But
I agree with
you.
you.
Hold on. What I'm saying. Hear me out.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Well,
you
look,
go ahead.
I generally agree with you. But I understand why, from a biological standpoint, nigga, you just not gonna be up in my face after you beat my sister's ass. I'm sorry. You know, I'm just.
I hear you.
That's not how
I hear you, but that don't change the fact
I don't play that.
I hear you, but that's.
If you want to go and do what you all are doing, whatever y'all doing, that's fine. But just don't let me see you. Don't be around.
Right.
Me.
I hear you, Uru, but that's to my point. That is exactly to my point. You have no say what they do, around you or not around you. It is not your place. But you think it is because of how you feel. That's crossing the line, and you shouldn't be crossing.
I'm saying there's an element of me. If you bringing somebody to my
property,
hear
you. I completely hear
or my family. No, hold on. Wait a minute now.
Mm-hmm.
You bring somebody to my property, my family property. At that point, is territory, is kingdom. I will operate, right or wrong.
So with what wrong? Now, because with that logic,
my territory outside
of
my
wrong.
Territory, outside of my property, outside of my territory, outside of my property, fair game. Now,
well,
I'm not saying I'm right. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying from a territory standpoint, you're not going to do that.
I hear you. But there's a problem with that thought pattern. There's a gaping hole in that. The gaping hole is that means when you come to my house, I can tell you what you can do with your wife. Are you cool with that? If you're cool with that, then we can move forward. If you're not cool with that, then you're being a hypocrite.
I'm going to take, if I'm on your property and you've got rules on your property, I'm going to leave your property. I'm going to leave your property. That's what's up.
That's what's up. Okay.
Black Guru said you ain't pulling my whole card. I don't care what you talking about.
I'm just saying no, but I'm saying that it's getting pulled because you
Right.
literally have to leave somebody's property to assert your leadership over your woman. That's a problem. I know we think it sound cool. I'm respecting his property.
Well, no,
Yeah, I don't care
I
where.
don't
Well,
accept
hold
that.
on, Ru, let me finish.
Again,
Let me finish. It don't matter where a person is. You have leadership over the members of your household. I don't. Nobody can supersede my leadership over my family
but I
except
don't
the
have
law.
dominion over what happens in and on another man's property. I do not
That
have
is
that.
that is true. But the second he crosses the line and tells me what I can and can't do with my family on his property or otherwise, we have a serious problem. It's no longer here. So
I'm
hold
gonna
on. Hear
take
me
my
out. Hear me
family
out.
and do what I gotta do off his property.
I hear you. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that. That's a good step to do in that. But what people don't understand is what the violation is in that case, right? It's you saying, "Hey, you can't do what you want to do with your family on my property," and it's me saying, "I don't care what property we on. You can't tell me what I can do with my family, no matter where I am." And
Well,
which is the worst?
And
Which is the
I'm
worst
gonna say you
violation?
right.
Is the
I
question,
can't tell you what to do with your family, but I can tell you
right?
get the
But
fuck up off my property what I can do
that
with
is
it.
true. But
Yeah, that's
that is
true. That's
true.
true.
truth.
That's
Let me
true.
tell you, truth. Let me tell you, brother. Well, no, when we did a stream here, probably last week or something like that. Black Guru said he makes it a point to keep that thing on him. You guys may
Yep.
Uru, it's not me, Uru. It's not me, Uru. It's not me, Uru.
certain way.
I ain't going on this trip.
Just,
I'm not going on this trip, Gold P.
just for such an occasion. Hey, Gold P, just for such an occasion. What you talking
I'm just
about?
saying, it seems to me that Black Guru will wait till you come off the property line and apply some consequences of repercussions. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm glad you did the dust.
Flag on the play. Flag on the play.
See, for me,
Implied
it's different.
unnecessary roughness. Implied
Hold on.
unnecessary roughness. flag on the
Hold on.
play.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Okay, so Marvin Gaye himself, and rest in peace to him, he learned the hard way because he tried
Yeah,
to
he sure did.
intervene between a man and a woman, his father and his
His
mother's
parents.
shit. Okay, he learned a hard lesson because he tried to insert himself between that. Okay. To give a more personal story, this is a back and forth that I had with my own brother about our sister who wanted to be in them streets. Okay. And when she wasn't with the guy, my brother ended up beating the dude up. I don't even know what was the reason. Um, and then later on, when I put her ass out and she went back to Alabama, um, she decides to get back with the same dude um, that she had my brother beat up. And so he called me damn near on the verge of tears, like I can't, because he felt betrayed. And I said to him, I said, dude, remember when I told you that you need to stay out of her business? Because he wasn't doing anything or saying anything to her when she was out there fucking around with dudes. He had nothing to say. I mean, the girl had a damn kid out of wedlock at like 16, 17. He had nothing to say. I mean, and then it's not like it was his responsibility. But at the same time, he didn't say anything. Then all of a sudden, when the dude probably didn't do something she wanted him to do and they got into it, then she run back to him on some like go beat his ass for me. He ran and did it like a dummy. So when he called me, I said, dude, didn't I tell you she was gonna do that? I said, dude, I told you she was going to tell you when she didn't want to listen to you, she was going to tell you to stay the fuck up out of her business. And this is what Truth Teller is getting to. See, don't make it my business when you get your ass beat by a dude, because more than likely he probably putting them things on you because you probably need it. You're probably out of pocket. You're probably going off the handle, and a lot of times these females will do this to guys, knowing that they have brothers who will back them up and defend them no matter what. See, I don't like that type of stuff. See, that ain't me. You know what I'm saying? Because if it would have been me, if it had been me, I'm not in the dude's face like that. I'm not in the dude's face like that specifically because of what Truth Teller is talking about. This is what she has accepted. Okay. So if this is what she has accepted, how can I know whether she is even telling the truth about the dude in the first place? Okay. Because he barked at dude, but see, dude was up in his face like, what you want to do? He was letting them know like, nah, it ain't that kind of party. I ain't gonna punk out because you her brother. Like, because if he was on her like that, man, them dudes were never around in the first place. They never vetted this dude. She never brought this dude around them more than likely to be vetted by her brother or her brothers. Only if I had an ex who said this, it's true to form. She even said most of the time that we tell our friends about the guys we deal with, she said it's mostly the negative stuff. And then what happens is families built up such a negative view of the dude. You know what I'm saying? They build up such a negative view of the dude. They automatically just look at him sideways. They don't know the dynamic. A man and a woman dynamics is a whole different kind of dynamics, man. That man, you don't know that man putting money on this chick. He paying for this stuff and all this type of stuff, and she be disrespectful towards him. Yeah, a lot of dudes will go off the handle. They will. And you're sitting up there interjecting yourself in that business when you don't really fully understand the dynamics of it. Okay. And you have to be very careful to know that your blood ties with this female doesn't matter when that nigga putting that pipe up inside her. It's over with, dog. It's a done deal. All that talk that you think you're going to give her and tell her that she should do this and do that, it is not superseding that pipe up inside her, bro. It just ain't. So if that's what that's the direction she choose to go in, cool. Because we saw on Kevin's show, man, rest in peace to him, a lot of females who would just get on there and just claim that their dude was abusive. And every time he asked them, did you file a police report? 99% of the time, them dumb bras said no.
All right, now I'm gonna say, y'all, at some point, I think realistically, this ain't really about women. It's about black men have forgot to ask, why do I care? What Pat Beverly did, I'm standing 10 toes down with him because that's something that happened while his sister is a minor and she's living in a family home. Okay. Now, it just so happens that Pat Beverly's probably the one putting up the money for the family home, but it's a family home. I would do the same thing if I came home and I got a sister who's a minor with some dude in the middle of the night in the crib. I'm gonna do the same thing or something very close to it at the end of the day. I'm gonna have the same sentiment, if not the exact same thing. So I ain't got no issue with that at all. I'm an extension of my father. This is not something my father would want happening. I'm gonna do my thing and I'll talk to people about it later. It just is what it is. My father taught me sometimes as a man, you gotta learn how to say you sorry. And sometimes you might be locked up when you said it. He said, just say you're sorry. That's all. You do what you got to do. And if people don't like it from a societal standpoint, just be alive to say you sorry. So at the end of the day, ain't no telling what I would have did if I called some dude in the crib and he messing with my minor sister. Even though he 18, that just make it worse. But you ain't got to be 18 for me to have a problem with that. You are messing with my minor sister. It's on. When I see you, it's just that simple. I ain't calling nobody. I'm calling upon heaven to give me the strength to beat you down the way I think you need to be beat down. It is what it is. And yes, I'm going to get all up in my sister grill too, because my thing, both of y'all did it. Because you at the family home. Both of y'all should be smart enough not to be doing this here. And at the end of the day, since you ain't that smart yet, I'm going to see if I can help you smarten up a bit. Now, when it comes to this other dude, talking about don't slap my sister again, my thing is, dude, why you care? This how your sister get off. This how your sister has orgasms. Why are you trying to stop her from having her orgasm? You ain't finna give her none.
God damn, Roger.
Hey, I'm just
Roger,
trying to make it plain, bro. This
Man,
is how she
Roger,
gets her orgasms.
you need a flag for that, brother. You need a flag.
I don't know, brother. This is, I know, real talk. This is the type of man your sister wants to be around, so she will be able to orgasm to her satisfaction at the end of the day. These men ain't like for no reason. She likes this stuff. So I have no care about my sister orgasm. I don't, which means I ain't tripping about what type of dude she wants to be with.
Why
I would do that if she
the
brought a man.
orgasm, Roger? She's just
No. This is grown up stuff, bro. People get with people to have orgasms. They're not part of the deal.
Yeah, we get it.
Many females do that. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
real.
that's part of the deal.
That is real, though.
I'm not
denying that.
I'm not finna. If my sister want to come to me and bring a man before she starts a relationship, that's one thing. But after the relationship is started, I ain't got nothing to do with her orgasm. So if she needs somebody who will knock fire, from her every other week, I'm good with that. That's what she want at the end of the day, so she can get off.
She's getting mental orgasms, right?
It don't matter
However she getting it done, I'm gonna respect her getting it done. And this is the thing. I don't want none of y'all niggas telling me what to do with my woman.
Right.
So I ain't gonna tell none of y'all niggas what to do with your woman.
Yes,
so
sir.
I wanted to bring that to the point because that's why I'm saying that dude, her brother, crossed the line. And you know how he crossed the line? The second he started talking to the dude is when he crossed the line.
Yep.
If he was talking to her and say, "Yo, y'all need to leave. I don't want y'all here. While y'all together, don't come here. Y'all need to leave." He got in the dude's face.
Yeah.
He didn't say tell his sister who brought him.
Yeah, you did.
Exactly. So that's where he crossed the line. And if something happened to him, I'd be like, "Well, nigga, you should have remembered your lines, nigga." That's just what it is.
And I'm getting the idea it wasn't his home. I think you going to a parent's home or something, but it wasn't his home.
More than likely, yeah.
Right.
Which means you ain't got no business talking. But we gonna stop right there because my man Shark Sims is here, and I gotta let Shark get in. Shark, do your thing, my brother.
I want to say,
peace, fellas.
Shark,
Peace, fellas.
man,
What you want to say, Go P?
Man? What's happening, Shark?
What's happening? I ain't get a chance to hear Go P's his opening statements,
You
but I
ain't
hope
missed
it was
nothing.
under 2 minutes.
You ain't missed nothing,
Roger. Roger.
As you know, he exceeded twice last week, so he gotta give some minutes, some seconds back.
Hey, see, when Shark comes up here, right? Exactly, man. Roger,
you know what?
Up all with problems all the time.
You know, P, I'm gonna double check yours, and we can take some seconds back from future opening statements just to align stuff right. We can do that.
Man, we off kilted right now.
Hey, Shark.
Now I'm messing with you.
I had to correct Roger. I had to correct him because he off top he come at me all sideways, man. Off top, brother.
Nah, but
yes,
this is a good topic. I'll give it to y'all. I definitely agree with most of y'all saying. But now when I like just listen to whatever everything is going on.
My bad. Hold on, my bad. Real quick, and no disrespect. My bad. I was supposed to throw in. Shout out to my main man, Robert Platinum. He hit me with $10 on the Cash App a little while ago, as probably when Gold P was talking. But shout out to Robert Platinum. Thank you very much, my brother. Appreciate you big time. All right, go ahead, Shark. My bad.
Yeah, my fault. So I like when you listen to everything you guys are saying, and y'all are making great and valid points. Now I see why the older school guys just used to be like, "Yo, you know what? I'm going to get some cigarettes and never come back," or "Yo, I'm going to get some milk and never come back." Because like when you're a person who could see Monday from Sunday, you could already see the problem that's going to come around, that's going to arrive, and it's just like, you know what? Yeah, I just drop everything and just try to start something new, or just, you know what I mean, just save my sanity.
Right.
And it's ill. Like these people need to be stopped, because I always tell people you could beat a kid senseless, and they don't know no better. But you can't beat a grown woman who's supposed to know better, got 3 college degrees, make more money than you, got her own house and car, but she can't be disciplined. How do you control that animal?
Oh. I vote we make Shark the voice of reason, because he come up here and says, "Hey, what it is, man. Roger, you need to make him the voice of reason, especially when you're going at people, man, unjustly.
Nah, but like but it's a serious question. Like, Uber, you the OG on the panel. No disrespect. Like, could you help a brother out? Because I'll be sitting in the house pondering, like, how do you control this animal?
I mean,
Starts at the family.
you cannot control anybody, or you cannot guide anybody without the ability to effectively hold them accountable, and but even more importantly, punish them for their misbehavior. And the issue with black people have always been, between black men and black women, has been the third party interference of white people. That's why we've never been able to really build and maintain a sustainable infrastructure of socio and economic, but just focusing on sociological, which includes family, community, neighborhood, community, village, sort of expanding upward, because you have this third party interference. So, like, even like this incident that happened with Pat Bev. Now, every day children are misbehaving all over the country by the millions, right? And sometimes some extreme, sometimes it's rather extreme, the misbehavior. And sometimes the approach to dealing with the misbehavior is extreme, but you don't hear about it. Like, you don't think they're misbehaving, for example, Arab girls, Korean girls, uh, Indian girls. Yet we never hear about police reports of their brothers or their fathers, do we? Do we ever hear about any police reports? So this isn't really about in my view, the failure. It isn't entirely about the failure of black men. And it ain't even really entirely about the failure of black women. It's really about the evil of the system that prevents us from making and maintaining our own rules. That's the real issue. The fact that Pat Bev ends up on the police blotter is exactly the point. A person with his background, with his wealth, with his level of accomplishment, that never should have gotten that never shouldn't have gotten to that point. Even if the police shows up in a white community, even if the police shows up, it's like, oh well, this is a white man of a certain whatever stature. I'm sure everything's okay, and I'm sure everything be fine, and they leave, and no harm, no foul, nothing. Even if there is some so-called injury in that situation, even if there is some so-called injury in that situation that precipitates somebody having to go to the hospital, that is not reported. That father is not reported in any sort of police situation. That's just some incident. People were playing around. We don't really, everything's okay. That's what happens with everybody else. That's what happened with the. And I'm making a long-winded point to emphasize my point. But when you're black, you got the third party interference. And the third party interference precludes any reasonable program you put in place on trying to put things in order, trying to maintain any order. Yeah, the women are wild as hell. But they're wild as hell largely because in every way they've been encouraged to be wild. And the men have been strictly punished when they've attempted to maintain some order. And what happened with Pat Bibb was an example of that.
Well, I actually disagree, and I'm gonna tell you why. Um, First and foremost, this is really my wheelhouse right here. Um, a lady was told me some years ago, um, when when her aunt, um, hmm, her aunt, hmm, decided that she wanted to deal with this guy that uh, my lady's grandfather forbid her from dealing with. She still decided to deal with him anyway and gets pregnant. And when he leaves her, she tries to come back to her father and get him to basically take care of her and, you know, stand in. And he told her straight up no. And he said, I told you not to deal with him. You disobeyed me. So, no, I'm not going to help you. So she proceeds to try to argue with him and say, well, you're my father. You know, you're supposed to help me. And he just kindly went to his back room, picked up his rifle, and came to the living room and he cocked it. And he said, if you don't get the F out my house, I'm going to blow your head off. Okay. And that was the end of it. That was the end of it. Okay. Over with. Game over. Now, my lady saw this. She remembered it vividly. And so he had sons too, though. And you know what his sons end up doing? They ended up squandering his legacy. They didn't stand on business like him. They chose to be weak. They chose to be simpish for a lot of females. And the reason why third parties are involved is very clear. Third parties are involved because there is no masculine order in that family to excommunicate females out of pocket like my lady's grandfather did. Now this is like in 60s, 70s, okay? And so this was in a older generation time, you know, where it was more racist. And so that didn't stop, matter of fact, South Carolina, that didn't stop grandpas from standing on business when it came to his daughter. So that sent a message to the world that this was a fair man. He wasn't going to allow even his own daughter to stray and be protected. Once she decided to cross that path, that was the end of their relationship. He never had a relationship with her again. There was no reunion. There was never her coming back to the fold. It was over because she went out there on his name and misrepresented the principles that he taught her and the rest of her siblings. She went out there and decided to defy him. That was enough for him because for him, that was betrayal to him. And it is. And the problem is that too many black men in these families don't understand when they're being betrayed. If you're a brother, if you're a brother of these types of females that go out there and just in the streets and stuff like that, that is a betrayal of you. It's not just a betrayal of your father. It's a betrayal of you. It's a betrayal of your uncles. It's a betrayal of your male cousins. It's a betrayal of your grandfathers. It is betrayal because they are sidestepping you. They're sidestepping you, and they're reflecting something poorly on your family structure that isn't the way that the men really want it to be like that. But the problem is that too many men are too willing to just go along to get along for the sake of keeping something cobbled together that resembles a family. This is not a family. This is a broken structure where the females have no desire. They have no impetus to actually follow anything that looks like discipline because truthfully, no men really want to enforce that type of discipline because that is going to take
Roger,
a whole different type of
Roger.
mentality.
Yeah.
What happens in the scenario that Rael describes in Chicago? A man pulls a gun on his daughter, and what happens in Chicago, Illinois, if that happens?
Yeah, they just gonna call the police and the dude is gonna be immediately arrested.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen.
So
Chicago, New York,
I mean,
you name it.
I appreciate the story. I appreciate the story you're telling, Rael, but it don't conform with the reality we have today. You know, Rael, Pat Bev is a rich and famous man, and police got to come into his home and take him out and put him in cuffs and put a $40,000 bail on him. This happened in his home, his castle, and the police got to totally violate that. I'm sure he didn't want them to arrest him. I'm sure he didn't want them to put a $40,000 bail on him. But the state got to do that. It's not that I don't appreciate what you're saying, but I don't think it conforms to the reality for modern black men. I just don't think it does. Now, it may vary from one state to the other, one county to the other, one police department to the other. Yeah, it may vary, but by and large, you do have this overlord structure that you have to deal with. You do. And it can make any kind of choice. The judges, the district attorney, they can make any kind of choices. The social services, he's a threat. He's a threat to this and that. And there's some domestic violence statutes that he violated. I mean, it's just a totally different environment.
Well,
hold on. So what you're saying is that the same black men that can go out into society, pull out straps on each other, shoot at each other at like it's the OK Corral, you know what I'm saying? That can be involved in all types of activity because they're going to call the police on them when those situations happen too. They can do all of that, but when it comes to enforcing order on their female relatives, all of a sudden now they scared of the police. That's what y'all saying?
Not at all.
That's what I'm saying, Rael. I'm saying that.
I'm saying that's not even comparable because
y'all brought up the police. I didn't bring up no police.
Hold on. My thing is it ain't got nothing to do about fear of the police. Men are trying to keep order, and the issue is in this country, white folks have always interfered with black men keeping order with their family. Now I appreciate the story you told, but in that story, nobody called the police, and that's just the reality of it. The police wasn't involved. In most places in America, the police is gonna get involved. And the thing is, a man just got to make a decision as far as how far you willing to go and how much police enforcement are you willing to deal with. Because at the end of the day, truth be told, Pat Beverly did the right thing. You see what happened to him. The issue is just that Pat Beverly was still willing to do it. But let's not act like he don't have legal repercussions that he won't have to deal with. But technically, he's already dealing with at this point because he had to pay $40,000 just to get out. So he's already dealing with legal repercussions. He's gonna have to hire a lawyer. He's gonna have to stay in trial for this stuff, and you know what I'm saying, have a decision levied against him at the end of the day. Well, hopefully, it's a man like me in the jury, which is why I'm gonna continue to encourage black men to do everything you can to get on the jury. Hopefully, there's a man like me on the jury who good and well, he wouldn't be found guilty if I was there. That's for sure. Because you can play with stuff with jury duty, but you can guarantee one guy like me there, it ain't gonna be a guilty verdict. That's for sure. That's not gonna happen.
Well, I would say Mr. Beverly is I mean, I liken it to Rodney Hinton. Mr. Hinton was like, I'm willing to accept the consequences of because this is my family, right? So Mr. Beverly, we had the same energy. Look, man, I'm gonna accept the consequences of what I'm about to do here.
Hold on.
I know. Hold on. I noticed when I brought up my brother beating up the guy, there was no talk about the police and retribution from the police. Only when I said something about the females, there was talk about.
Well, right. I think you're trying to juxtapose something that don't really apply to this. Now, Uru's point to the third party being law enforcement. That is true to a degree. I think they're a fourth party. Because in my opinion, black men are the third party to this nonsense. And we heard it up here on the panel. When you cross the lines you're supposed to swim in, there's going to be problems. There's always an appropriate way of dealing with things, especially things that are out of your scope. And this is my project management experience. When it's out of your scope, it'll cost you too much time and money to handle. Now, if you're comfortable with spending more time and money to handle it, you comfortable with dealing with that pain, then when the pain comes, you can't complain. And what happens is we hear it all the time. I got to vet the dudes. My mama is single now. I got to vet the dudes she dating. That nigga, that ain't your place to vet dudes for your mama. It's not. It's not even in your wheelhouse. Nowhere near your wheelhouse. That ain't your place at all. I gotta protect. I gotta protect my sister. She's married. Wow, who you protecting a married woman to somebody else for? Well, that's my sister. So
Yeah.
That's your father's job before she was married. That ain't your job.
I've never been
But that's
more
what.
relieved than when my sister and my daughter got
You ain't got to worry about nothing no more.
Hey, look,
But I'm just saying, there's dudes that don't do that. Is what I'm
hey,
saying.
look.
There's dudes in these streets that really. And the sad part, like my own son reflects some of this, and I'm like, nigga, you ain't got to worry about your mama. That's what I'm here for. Well, I want to help my mom. I'm like, why? You should be focusing on helping your wife, player.
Yeah,
That ain't, your mom ain't your business.
I love my mama. I haven't woke up one day in my entire life with a desire to help her. And I'm just being real. I that don't even cross my mind. What can I get up today to do to help my mom? If my mama needs some help, she need to call me because I'm never gonna just think my mama needs my help.
Well, I would say this, man. Me and my brother have this conversation. My brothers, we have this conversation. And my older brother, you know, our father passed away in 2007, right?
Rest in peace to him.
And he would be like, because I would ask her, hey, you got a boyfriend? Because it's years down the line, right? I would ask her, you got a boyfriend now? My brother would say, she can't have no boyfriend. She can't do it. I'm like, man, shut
That's
up.
crazy. Yeah, that's
Shut
crazy.
up, man. So you expect her to stop living, man? You know what I mean? If she wants some companionship, then my mom is 79 now. She'll be 80 next year. Okay, and my brother be on that. She don't need no man. I mean, man, shut up. I tell my brother that because she's grown. She's making decisions now. Am I saying that she's telling her she should get with somebody who's going to mistreat her? No, but I'm not in control of that. I'm saying that she is in the position to live her life and do what she do. And I try to tell my brothers, hey, my man, let her live, man. Stop trying to be her. You ain't her husband. You ain't her man. Stop it.
I see too many black men trying to attempt to play the patriarchal role to men that are not their fucking responsibility. Okay. I see too many black men trying to play the masculine persona when it comes to authority, when it comes to people who are not under their authority. I mean, we could see dudes constantly talking about these females that's out here, that's out of pocket. Okay, that's cool. It's a whole different ball game when you have to address them same type of females that we see out here in the public domain on the family level, because that's when it really counts. Because if it can be nipped in the bud at the family level, it might not be as much out here in the public domain. But see, the problem is that when you don't nip it in the bud on the family level, and then now y'all send these females outside of the families, like outside of your families to the public domain, now you put that responsibility of having to chin check some of these females because you haven't done your job, and then you want to come in on that black man who is trying to enforce order and discipline on your out-of-pocket female relative. Now you're trying to flex on him like you're a man, but when it comes to the females in your family, you cower because you're too scared to actually enforce the order and discipline necessary. That was what I had to show my brother. Like at the end of the day, he wasn't willing to do it, but I was, and I made sure I did it. And I'm saying, what I'm saying is that this is a serious problem. I made sure that on my end that discipline and order got enforced. Now, once she got out from up under my roof, whatever she wanted to be out there in the streets, that was on her. But at the end of the day, she came right back to my brother, who I haven't talked to in years. She came right back to him saying that she would call the police on him. This is after she decides to get with him. She threatened to call the police on him after he kicked this dude's ass in previous years, which shows like he didn't have the authority. He had the responsibility, but he had no authority, which made him her slave. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of dudes will jump in on the rah-rah type stuff like dude did in the video, but none of them dudes ever spoke to their sister. And make no mistake about it, in these other cultures, oh, them brothers got to say so in what they sisters do. They do. They do have that say so.
I think that this is the problem. A lot of men haven't been trained by men, and you don't understand what your lane is. Once she's an adult and she's out the house, see, when she's in the household, she got to go by what the household say. Usually, if a man is present in the household, you can't bring guys back to the house to do anything sexual with them. That's just how it goes. Now, I'm going to say, realistically speaking, there are a lot of women who would allow their daughters to bring a guy back for sexual purpose. That is allowed amongst women. But a man, that's usually not going to be allowed. And the issue is most men won't say nothing to their sister, that's for sure. Now, according to what you read, we have to assume that Pat Bev started choking his sister out, which means he's not afraid to put authority down on whatever it belongs, even if it's his sister. And I've said plenty of times, black men have been socialized to be afraid of black women. And the thing is, if you're not going to say nothing to the women, why are you talking to me? Now, we'll say this as men when it comes to some chick cheating on her man. We'll sit there and say, hey, man, you know how it is. The chick chose me. Well, I mean, if you're going to take that attitude that the chick chose me, then the thing is, why is it different later? Because at the end of the day, your chick chose, the chick is your sister in this situation. Your chick chose him. What they got to do with me? You know what I'm saying? She like it, I love it. I don't care. I don't have no thought process of I have to go run over and protect my sister. If my sister tell me she needs protection, the first thing I'm gonna ask is where her husband at. If you tell me that my husband the one doing it, I'm gonna ask you when you getting divorced. Because until you tell me you getting divorced, I don't see where I got a place. I don't have no place in this if it's your man beating you up. You married to him, ain't you? What I'm supposed to tell some married man about how to treat his woman?
Whoever called the police on Pat Bev are okay. They're okay with his little sister getting smashed on. And I remember coming up, man, in high school and hearing stories, from certain people about how they mama, let their boyfriend spend the night over their house and stuff like that. And man, we used to just be like, what?
What?
And
Word,
it's
right?
just like, used to be like, what in the hell, like going? Because we know, like,
You got a
when it
sister?
comes to a man, I never heard one story about a father letting some boyfriend spend the night over his. I never heard that story. But all these single moms, like, I heard stories like that a lot, man. And it was just like, and that's my whole thing. It's like we keep the constant attack is there's no protection. And then you got a situation like this with Pat Bev with his younger sister. But the fact that there was somebody, whether it was on his end or on the girl, the dude's family end, that called the police, they're basically saying, and that family is saying, because some adults called the police, so we know that. At the end of the day, somebody is saying that it's okay for somebody to smash on Pat Bev's younger sister. That is retarded, man.
Right. Black people made a point that really could have been her, and I'm gonna have to accept that because I don't know nothing about the relationship Pat Beverly has with his mother, but I could understand a woman trying to make sure her situation is straight, and would a woman set out her kids for her situation be straight? So yeah, so with Pat Beverly's mother saying leave Pat alone because Pat is paying for the crib.
No,
I'm pretty sure.
I put a video in the chat of his mom on The Price is Right, and you look at that video of her, and you make the call for yourself about that mom.
nah, Roger. I really think I give it a
You make the
50-50.
call.
The mother might have called or the sister might have called. But what I'm saying, as soon as Pat Beverly got out of jail, he was supposed to call a moving service and everybody getting out the damn out the crib. Everybody.
Yep. Everybody.
The
Now, I
dog
wouldn't
too.
have had a problem with that. I definitely wouldn't have had a problem with
Everybody.
that either.
Everybody.
I'm with you on that, man.
But I'm gonna say this. See, the thing is, we do have to learn how to protect our sisters. The best way for me to protect my sister is to tell her, because I'm not your man, you don't get to call me. Your husband can call me if you need protection. I'll help him protect you because I'm helping another man. There's a certain level of respect when it comes to men helping men. But don't tell me you need protection while your husband's still alive and you ask me to do anything that goes against what your husband is talking about. That's not my place. You belong to him. It's that simple at the end of the day. So I can't do anything that's going to go against what he wants. I love you, and all that. But I can't do nothing that goes against what he wants. And if you tell me, well, he beating on me every day, I just been hiding it. Well, I don't know what to tell you because he's still your husband.
Hey, I didn't catch how old the sister was. How old was it?
We don't know for sure.
We don't know
I'm
the
just
age,
going to
but she's
assume
underage though.
high school age. I'm going to assume she's high school age. We know she's a minor. That's all we know. We know she's 17 or down. So she probably just a high school girl messing with her high school boyfriend who happened to have been 18 years old. But at the end of the day, why you got him at the crib? Like he could. And my thing is, both of them is old enough to know better than. I mean, we was all kids. We know kids gonna do something wrong here or there. But why you got to do it at your mama house? Okay. And in this case, it probably is Pat Beverly's house, truth be told. But even if this was your mama house, why are you bringing them to your mama house? Why are you bringing them to your daddy? You don't bring folks to your parents' house to get it on. It's just silly at the end of the day.
I wouldn't have did that. And I'm a father, right? Ain't no, my daughter ain't bringing no dude, no boy over there. No, it's gonna be a problem between me and her, man. Off top,
man. I remember the first time I said this before. First time I got my cousin's child, y'all. These I refer to these as my little cousin because I got cousins with children. I remember the first time one of my little cousins came to the family reunion. He lived with this young lady. He came to the family reunion and they had a room, right? And he was telling us how he gonna, be in the room. So we started laughing at him. You know what I'm saying? I kicked it off. I was laughing at him because I understand he know what the business was or whatever. So we laughed at him. And and he like, why y'all laughing? I'm like, bro, you don't know what type of family this is. You and your girl can't stay in the same room. Y'all not married. He like, man, we live together. I said, nigga, you don't know what family you from? Y'all can't stay in the same room. Y'all not married. So we just laughing. Okay. Now, he don't know us like that because we're his father's cousins. So we send somebody to go bring his daddy over there. You know what I'm saying? So they go get his daddy. We tell his daddy what we laughing at. His daddy started laughing with us. And he like, yeah, you don't get it? You don't get it? Yeah, we know y'all live together, but y'all can't do that at a family reunion. And I told him, I said, look, man, I always get a bigger room. I got an extra bed. Just get your stuff, come to my room. She can keep the room that y'all got together because you can't stay there. You know what I'm saying? That's just how the game go. Again, no father under his control is gonna let somebody, put the elephant trunk to his daughter. I don't care what the situation is. Now, keep in mind, he's doing it, but he's doing it on his own dime. You see what I'm saying? And well, he ain't even protecting his own son because this is his son doing it with a young lady. But even bringing a young lady there with us because it's our family, we're not gonna let you do that to anybody's daughter. You can't do that. You can be grown as you want to be. You cannot come unmarried and share a room. It's just the way the game goes. If you don't like it, you just don't come.
Right.
It's that simple at the end of the day. You just don't come because we're not gonna let nobody do it
Did
to
he
our
know?
doors.
Did he know that was the rule?
He
Did he know that
probably
was the
didn't know
rule
it.
before he got there?
He probably didn't know. He was young. He's maybe 19, 20, something like that, or no older than 21 at the time. He was no older than 21. But you know, like I said, once his father came over there with us, his father started laughing just as hard as the rest of us was laughing because we all knew better.
Hey, Roger, let me ask the question though. If she was pregnant, right?
Who cares, bro? Bro, if you're not married, you can't do it. Ain't nobody ever done it, bro. No matter how old these people have been, no one's ever done it, bro.
Let me ask the question, Roger.
Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad. My bad.
If she was pregnant, they've been together for some time. They have some type of relationship, like Truth Teller was saying. You know, they had his family. They had this bond and family, whatever have you, right? What would be your position on that,
bro? If you're not married, you're not married. There's nothing. What do you mean? I don't get the question.
Truth Teller gave the example of his family. His family, they kind of, you know, came up into where it was expected, and they were together, and then they ended up married. You know?
Oh, you mean like would I interfere? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about if they came over to the house together, they are together. She's pregnant. She's probably into the second child, but they just haven't gotten married yet, right?
Okay.
They'd be able to sleep in the same room.
You said if are you bringing in? What you talking about? Like a family reunion?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, if you're not married, you're not married, bro. Hey, don't nobody care nothing about what you got going on.
So I think P is saying even if he got a kid with her already, they still got to sleep in separate rooms.
Nobody cares, man. If you're not married, you're not coming to the family reunion.
Roger. Hold on. If we are to use Truth Teller's example, his Truth Teller is, you know, him and his significant other, their families knew each other. They rock with each other, had a relationship, and Truth Teller and her came together, and then, you know, they got married later, but they had children and whatever have you. And then they go to the family reunion.
Go P. It don't matter how much
you do remember
Roger
he's saying the men. You do hold on. You do remember that he's saying that the men are enforcing this order in his family. That's the key point. The men are.
And plus, I think they highly religious. Like I think because you know Roger will be on his Bible stuff and he want to get married. So I think that plays a major factor in it too.
Okay, well, I'm just saying. I think my position is this, man.
Let me say one thing to you, go before you change it up, any. Bro, you got to understand, people done came to this family reunion and they done paid for their own rooms, and it still didn't happen. You literally spent your money on this room to stay with this significant other that you were not married to, and nobody let it happen. There have been people who was about to get married, but they weren't yet married before the family reunion came up. And it's like, okay, wait a minute, you telling me I can't sleep with my woman? We get married in 3 months. Well, after the 3 months go past, y'all will make the next one. Y'all can sleep together at the next family reunion.
No. Because it's an interesting, you know, one of the reasons why I'm not a particularly religious person is because of shit like this. With all due respect. Let me say that.
I don't even think this is about being religious.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean it is about
you could be atheist. You could be atheist and still enforce this too.
I'm saying let's be real here. Let's be real here.
Right.
If the guy's shacking up with some woman and doing God knows what in God knows way with her, and especially if there are children involved, the horse is already not only out of the barn and out of the gate, that horse is already ran off in the forest. It's like trying to lock the gate after the horse done already ran through the field.
That's what I'm talking about.
It just seems like an interesting thing to enforce when everybody is basically not even living that way anymore.
Okay, my dad came to we had a family reunion in 1999. And my dad came to the family reunion, you know what I'm saying, with his girlfriend and their 2 children. And my aunt and my dad's mom were making the bed up in my great grandparents' room. And so, well, no, my aunt was. And when my dad's mom walked in, she was like, "Well, who you making the bed for?" And she's like, "Well, I'm making it for Tiger and his wife." And she said, "That's not his wife." And she said, "What?" She said, "No." She said, "Well, why would he have me making this bed up?" Guess what? My dad and his girlfriend did not sleep in the same bed together. Okay?
And they OG
And
status.
it wasn't because it was their rules. It was because it was my great grandfather's rules. They were operating off of him, and he was gone.
Okay,
He
but
had already been gone 20 years. So
hold on, man. Hold on. Hold on. Look,
hold on. What I'm saying is that this is the problem here. When it comes to because see, the thing is, these females that you're seeing in your family, see, they're going to see that you're not going to stand on code, and then they're going to push, and they're going to push, and they're going to push until everything is out of whack. Roger is basically saying that when it comes to the men in his family, there is going to be a certain order. He said, "Look, if you on your own dime, you do your own thing, whatever."
okay,
But when you come
Hey, Roger, can I?
Well,
Can
that's
I?
a different story.
that's kind of selective code enforcement because
It is.
if it
It
was a
is.
serious criteria, the boy wouldn't be shacking up with the woman to begin with. Pick
Right.
one or the other.
Well, can I? I just got to step in though, real quick, because Gold P
I don't look
tried
at
to
that as being
he
selective.
tried to pin some nonsense on me that was not true. I wasn't fropping with my wife before we had a baby. Blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
get
That
them.
wasn't.
Get them.
I ain't say none of that. I didn't make the assumption of any of that. I didn't even question the rule of not letting that girl or her boyfriend come into the family house. I didn't even question that. What I was saying was the nigga crossed the line because it wasn't his place to cross. Now, in the scenario you just gave, and Roger just said they went to his cousin. It was their family reunion. His cousin was part of the family, and he thought he can come in there with that. And they had a rule. They didn't go to her saying, "Hey, you can't lay up with my cousin. What you doing, heifer?" They didn't do that. They went to the cousin and said, "Listen, man, this ain't gonna roll like this in our family, and you know better." It was up to him whether or not he stay in a separate room with his girl over there, or if he leave with his girl. That's the proper lines that I'm talking about. I'm
okay,
not.
true.
I ain't even
Right,
going
that's
to
what I'm talking
question
about
the
too.
rules.
True.
Yeah.
Listen,
I could dig that.
I gave an example, and I was using you as an example. In
Nah,
which
don't use me with them kind of examples, nigga. I don't associate me with them kind of practices, man.
you spoke on your life.
He knew what he was
don't,
doing.
Said
He knew
your
what he was
family
doing.
was
don't
had.
even associate me with them kind of practices, player. Sorry.
You're the one that said that your family had a relationship with you, your wife,
I
and
never said that. You should probably listen to the recording. That ain't never came out my mouth.
you never said that your wife, family, and your family had a relationship already. You never said that.
Never. I didn't know my wife's family before I met her. We got introduced by
Then I
a
misunderstood you.
coworker. Yeah, that wasn't me. That was somebody else, player. I bro. Yeah.
Hey, I apologize
He
because
knew
I
what he was
thought
doing.
that was you.
He knew what he was doing.
I thought that was you. It doesn't take away from the example.
he was,
It
he was
doesn't
trying
take
to
away from.
you trying to seed deception into my
Oh,
reality,
man.
sir.
Hey, look,
I would
man.
appreciate it.
I'm apologizing. I thought it was you who said that your family knew each other and you guys was
Nah.
kind of
Nah,
like
that was somebody else, I think.
Well,
Yeah, that wasn't me.
I'm gonna say this is the thing. When the little cousin, my cousin's son, tried to do this, I mean, this is the thing. They paid their money. They got a room. It's not like they didn't have a room. They bought a room, with the little packages that you get when you do family reunions. So they got a room. They paid for it. It's just that at the end of the day, we don't do that here. And that's just what it is. That's a family thing. We just don't do
it
that
was
here.
an
Now,
Airbnb. It was an Airbnb.
no, we and I mean, whenever we have the family reunion, you set up a package with a hotel or whatever to get discounts and all that type of stuff. So he bought
What
in on
difference
the
does it make?
package. Yeah,
difference does
yeah.
it
I'm
make?
gonna say yeah. It
Well,
really don't
but
matter.
here's the
But
difference. Here's
What
the
difference does
difference,
it make?
man.
why didn't he, Roger? Why didn't he know that rule?
maybe the fact of his age, it hadn't been brought up to him yet, or whatever the case is. That's on there. Or maybe he
Look,
just ain't peep
man.
game because he done been to family
Yeah,
reunions
but
before.
they knew he was shacking. His daddy knew he was shacking, right?
His daddy knew, but it was on his own dime.
It's on his own dime.
he
He's
had
Well,
out the
moved
why
into
house.
his.
y'all trying to why y'all trying to
He's
say
out the
he
No,
house.
but
can't be with his
I'm saying,
in a hotel?
how come his daddy didn't tell him? Now you know you got to get a separate room for that gal.
I'm saying, how come
Well,
if they've been together, and they I just said, hey, they've been together, they even have one or two children together. How are you going to control now that relationship? Why would you even involve yourself in that relationship? And they decide to come to the family reunion. It's a family. You accepted their children as your
Now,
okay,
because it's
okay.
tradition and truth
your
telling.
This
Oh
grandkids.
gosh.
But
this
go
is the
peep,
thing.
just the tradition. You
Why
gotta
is
follow
this
the
so
tradition.
complicated for black men to accept that they put this rule down on it and he just had to accept it? Period.
Okay, let's say this to be fair. Number one,
You don't
it's
have to
just
be fair, Roger. You don't have to be.
what I'm saying when it comes to people, they tell their kids all the time, you want to do that, you want to do that when you grown on your own dime.
Thank you.
Technically, he moved out the state and was doing something with his girl on his own dime. So his normal living situations falls on him and nobody else.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to the family reunion, that standard was in place before that dude was even born. Nobody cares about his opinion about him.
He paid for the hotel
So
on
what?
his dime. Did
So
not?
what?
They used the hotel room. His girl was in the hotel room. They did use it. He
Okay.
just couldn't be there.
Why? They paid for
But
it.
still, you with the
So what?
you with the family, and we got rules and we got traditions, and you gonna
Nah,
follow that.
not in days
Anyway,
now,
if
especially.
it was a valid rule and tradition, it should have been communicated with him beforehand.
There you
Not the
go.
time to
There you
wait till
go.
he get there and make all those arrangements, and then say, "Oh, by the way,
You can't
you
sleep
can't
with
do
your
this." Now, if it
you
was a
can't sleep
valid
with your
family
woman.
rule that had been communicated, he should have already known about that beforehand.
Man,
Well,
Hold on.
well,
Hold on. My
it
pops
shouldn't
knew
have
the
been.
rule and he still tried to violate the rule. Like, and they said no. They said no, and that was
yeah,
the end of it.
yeah.
No,
Period.
Well, hold on now. Keep in mind, y'all. Keep in mind this. I'm gonna guess it happened somewhere between him being 19 and 21. I don't know exactly how old it was when he did it, but I'm gonna say let's keep in mind this nigga related. This is my cousin's son. He related. It ain't like he ain't never been to one before. He know how
okay.
this stuff go at these things. You ain't never seen nobody who wasn't married share a room. You didn't.
Roger,
This been going on your whole life. So what make you think you gonna be the first?
you know how these young niggas think. They think shit stink and rules don't apply to them, and he had to find out the hard way.
Nah, man, you guys are incorrect about this. You
So
guys,
so we
He's
can
just trying to
enforce
pull
hold
it.
on, hold on. So we can enforce rules on females, but we can't enforce the rules
no, I'm
on
not
the
saying
guys.
you can't. I'm not saying you
So
can't enforce
what is it
rules
then?
on the. I'm saying that these two are together. They started out rocking with each other.
What
Hold
signifies
on,
that
let
they're
me say it.
together?
Let me
What
say it.
signifies that they're together? What
Let me say
signifies
it.
that?
Let me say it. Listen,
They're fucking? Does fucking include does that mean you're together?
look, man. They are.
No, it
They
doesn't,
are
bro. Come on, man. You a
together,
grown
man.
man. Come on, dog. You
Nah,
can't
go P. They just
fucking on
fuck.
somebody ain't together,
If
dog.
they
Come on,
look,
man.
if they're
Go
just
P. They
that's a
just fucking
different
and
thing,
sharing
man.
rent. That's it.
If they just
Come on, bro.
if they're just having sex,
They
then
fucking, bro,
that's
because
not
you
what
know
I'm
what they
talking about.
doing, dog.
But no,
That's not what I'm talking
that was
about.
this example Roger gave. Is like he's
And
his little.
I gave a different. I gave the
You said
example
two
of these
babies
two
not
are
married.
together.
You
But
said
I
you're
two
not
gave
babies not
married.
married. That's still fucking, dog. What you
no
talking
this
about?
no. Especially the days now, people connect in different ways. People connect
It
for
don't matter.
reasons.
Go
That's the
P.
It
rules
does
of the
matter.
men of that
Nah, go
family,
P.
though. This is
Go
the
P.
rules of
Go
the
ahead.
men
Go
of that family,
go P.
period. You can
Go
say it's
ahead.
hypocritical, whatever you want to. At the end of the day, that young dude wasn't going to raise up and fight them over it because there was going to
Okay.
be a loss,
Well,
period.
go P. I'm gonna
I,
make it.
I would
I'm
be
gonna put it
much
like
more
this.
impressed with the rules if he wasn't actually shacking up with the girl already. I'd be more
Now, see,
impressed with
Uru,
those
how that
rules.
was
Because
happening
to
was
me, those
the
would be
father wasn't enforcing it, and
real,
the father thought it was
real
my fault.
rules.
My fault.
To me, those would be real rules. In this example you present is just window dressing, because 2 days later they back in the bed to get with each other. Shaq.
Oh, well,
So let me ask y'all a question. So if y'all had daughters and this is the same scenario, you would be cool with her in the hotel room?
We do have daughters.
I'm saying, would you be cool? You ain't answer the question. You ain't answer the question.
If she's shacking, the horse is already out of the fucking
Are you?
barn.
Hold on.
Her
Are you okay? Hold on. Hold on. Are
spending
you
2
okay?
days together in a
Are
hotel
you?
room don't amount to nothing to
Are
her
you?
spending
Are you okay with it?
3 days out of the
And
year
Are
in
you
an
okay?
apartment.
Are
And
you
they have a
okay
child
with it?
already.
Rael, the answer is they are okay with it.
We're okay with it. They're
Like I
already.
I'm
said,
okay with it.
Already.
don't nobody want to hold
It
their
ain't.
female
Look,
family members accountable.
once
Like I
I
said,
have
dog. Like I
accepted,
said.
once I have accepted her shacking up, it don't really matter at that point.
Who the fuck up
It
here is
just don't.
accepting their daughter shacking up, dog? Who was doing that up
No,
on this panel?
it's not
Well,
about.
I
Look,
mean,
I think we're getting lost in the. We're
what?
utilizing the word shack. I'm saying they're in a relationship, and everybody doesn't necessarily
A
get married the
relationship,
next
man. The
day.
only
They're-
relationship that matters is marriage, bro.
No,
Okay.
that's
Like that's
not
the
No.
only
true.
What?
one,
That's
bro.
not
In
Hey,
the
hey,
true.
hey,
in
hey, hey,
seriousness.
hey, hey.
Come on, dog.
Let's get it a little bit back in order. I
Yes,
am
sir.
saying this, y'all. Every child has wanted to do something their parents didn't approve of, and every parent just about done told their kid. Well, I'm saying the good ones. I'll say the good ones. The good parents have told their kid, but if you want to do that, you're gonna have to do it on your own. He literally did that. He literally wasn't in the same state no more. He got his own job. He paying his own rent. You know what I'm saying? He ended up meeting some chick and they formed their relationship and all that. They living together. That's their thing. He's not doing it under the approval of his father. He's doing it without his father approval, which is why he got to pay for it himself. Now, if he'd have been following his father's rule, he could have still been at home at the end of the day. So the thing is, you adult people can have certain things that they can do. You can't stop your adult children from doing everything on their own. What you can do is say what you're allowed to do when you in my presence or under my roof. He chose I'm going to go get a different roof. At the end of the day, I can't be mad at the young man for saying, well, I want to do what I want to do, but I'm still gonna respect my daddy. So therefore, I'll go get a roof to do it under. And my thing is that's cool. But now you're coming to a family event. These rules have been in place since
But
before you was born.
Roger, you at a hotel. You're not in your home. You're at a hotel.
No,
But you're still
you're
around
coming.
You're still around the OGs, and the OGs ain't having it.
And the OGs understand that relationship starts and ends or continues on, whichever
The
happens.
OGs know what the rule is too. The rule that the OGs know: if you ain't married, you ain't sleeping together.
So what are you going to do? So what are you going to do when they show up to the hotel and they are with each other? They paid for the room. What are you going to do about it?
That exactly
did
happened.
about
What I
it.
did was I told them, "Hey, I got a
Yeah,
bed. Just
you're
bring
going
us
to pay
some
for
over there."
so you're going to pay
That's what
for
I
their
did.
then. You're going to pay for their room then.
No, the room is being used. The girl stayed in the room, and the boy
No,
and the young man had to come stay in Roger's room
no.
just so they could
Okay,
appease
let me.
the rules.
If I paid for this room, that me and my woman now, because to your point, Roger, I couldn't live this way under my father's house. So I had to go out and get it on my own. I pay for my place. I live and me and my girl, we are together. At some point, we may decide to marry or whatever have you. But the point is we are together. We have a child already. We're in this. We decide to come to the family reunion. And we pay for the hotel. We got our room. We together. We make arrangements for whatever we got to take care of, whether we need daycare or whatever it is. We make an arrangement for that. And then you come and say, "Hey, you two can't stay together."
Well, go Pete.
I have
You
to
took
say to you,
go Pete.
hold on. I have to say to you, wait a minute. I'm here with my significant other. We're not under your roof. We're in a hotel with the family. Now, if we're family, There's just certain things we have understanding of. I'm not saying the man is not jumping on his wife. He's taking care, or his woman, his significant other. He's taking care of a significant other. And he said, hey, we're going to go to our family event and we're going to have a good time and then go home.
Go, P. It don't matter how many times you say the same thing over and over again.
Exactly.
It is what it is.
Okay. All right.
Bro, he brought a woman to his family, and he been observing his family follow this rule since he was born.
Okay.
Why would he have an expectation that he gonna do something that he ain't never seen nobody do?
Because he is in the position to decide how he's going to move, regardless if he's with his family. The woman he's with now is his family. And if he's bringing the woman
if they not married,
his family, he's saying, hey, this is my significant other. I want you guys to be part of her and her be part of you. We paid for this room to come be here with you guys. He's being a grown man about his business. That's what that is.
All that sounds great. I mean, that sounds great. And at the end of the day, as a grown man, you need to understand there's rules over these situations.
What are you going to do about it,
bro? Okay. Hold on. Let's think about this realistically.
Yes, sir.
You gonna challenge your dad on it?
Seriously.
You gonna challenge your mama on it? You gonna challenge all their cousins on it? You gonna challenge all the aunties and uncles on it? Who you finna whoop?
Are they gonna
whoop? Because you ain't gonna whoop your daddy, and you ain't gonna whoop your daddy's brothers, and you ain't gonna whoop your daddy's cousins. Because we all there. We all there.
So it's a fight because the man brought his significant.
If you want to take it there, we can take it there. You finna beat all us up. That's a good one.
Everybody don't get married the next day.
We don't care what your situation is. You the one that brought an outside woman and trying to do something that you know it don't work. It's your family.
Look, man, relationships begin all the time in various ways. It's not just one way.
Nobody cares.
We're not disagreeing with you. We're just saying that these are the standards of this family. If you want to be a Rothschild, you got to go by the Rothschild rules.
Understood.
If you want to be a Brown, this is how the Browns do it.
Understood.
Yeah, and even your example go people. The whole thing is what you gonna do? Beat your daddy up and tell him you ain't gonna follow the family rules?
What you gonna jump on the man because he has a family now?
Hold on. Go P. Realistically speaking, if we see him go upside his son's head, what you think we gonna do?
Well, that's not where I'm at with it.
All we gonna do is respectfully snicker as we walk away, and then we gonna go into somebody's room, and then we gonna laugh for real. That's what we gonna do.
But that's not the question. I asked you if the man has went out into the world and he's beginning his family. He's with this significant other, and they've been together for a little bit. They have a child or two together, and he says, "Hey, my family's having a family reunion. I want us to go to the family reunion, and I want you to meet my father, my uncles, and all them, and they can see that you are a good person. And I'm gonna tell them what my goal is. My goal is to continue this life with you, and we if it's marriage in the air, then that's what we do. But that's opportunity for them to meet that person. I don't see why you guys are challenging that.
They're not challenging that. They're challenging the fact that you don't sleep together in the same room until you're married. That's all they're saying.
No, man. No.
You know what? Go if it make you feel better. If it make you feel better, because I got to get Chef Mike in.
Yes,
if it make you feel better, we got her some company. She didn't have to be by herself. We picked out some nice young ladies to be there. And they could be quote unquote girlfriends, So we hooked up. We hooked up. Okay, she didn't have to sleep alone. It was all right. All right, Chef Mike is here, so let me give Chef Mike the floor. And I'm gonna respectfully ask Chef Mike, don't do it to Gold P. I know you probably want to. Don't do it to Gold P.
Why? I don't think he's coming up here to do it to me.
I'm not gonna overrule him though. I ain't gonna overrule. I'm just messing around.
Now, Roger,
I ain't gonna never overrule what Chef say.
See, I didn't even do nothing.
All right. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to find yourselves on this manic Monday.
Peace, Chef.
If I was coming up to take anybody's suit, it honestly would not be gold pea soup. Don't say nothing, gold pea. Don't say nothing. Don't help. Don't help. Don't help.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm kind of confused. All right. And I'm gonna lay out the seat of my confusion. Because what you all are talking about is a bunch of dogma. Okay. I joined the army when I was 17 years old. Okay. And I was a junior in high school. I had to come back to finish my senior year in high school, and then I went off to finish my career in the army. 18 years old. I'm in the army. If I come back home with a girlfriend that I've been sleeping with, why do you now get to be the penis police when on this channel we speak so highly against being the penis police? How is it that we say on this channel the rules don't change because you my family, because I love you? Then why do the rules change and we can become the penis police because it's family? We're actually talking about a man, an adult man who has gone out and created a path for him to stand on his own 2 feet as a man. When does the family respect him as a man? And what does he get out of following your rules when he can stand on his own 2 feet? Are you going to cut him off from the family because he's sleeping with his girlfriend at a hotel, which is not your property? Are you going to cut him off from the family for that? We now we really are talking two different things. In one hand, we're not the penis police, but in this conversation, we the penis FBI. Because not only can you not sleep in the same room that you paid for with your money, because I said so. No, that don't work. Who can tell me what to do with my money?
See,
like seriously, who can tell me what to do with my money? And who y'all talking about is the young man gonna whoop his father? Wait. Who gonna give that young man a whooping? And are you willing to sever a relationship for some religious nonsense belief that was only in place because that was what great grandmama and great granddaddy thought? I'm seriously confused with where we stand in this. We either gonna let men be men and make decisions as men, or we gonna police men. Which is it going to be?
You know
I'll
what?
clear it. I'll clear it up. I'll clear it up. First and
please,
foremost,
Ryle.
I'm not going to say when it comes to a family order type thing, I don't have a problem with religion when it comes to family order, because there does need to be family order. And I don't care if you got to get it through Islam. I don't care if you got to get it through Christianity, Hinduism. I don't care what it is, because the objective is a positive objective. You're trying to maintain the family order and discipline so you can have continuity through the generations. And so what that means is that it doesn't matter what your position in the family is. The reason why I respected those rules being applied, that I saw those rules being applied towards my own father, was the fact that nobody was above reproach. So that means that people who stepped out of the line or people who strayed will still will still be addressed for doing such. So it wasn't the fact that he had already kind of strayed. It was the fact that they still let him know you still out of pocket. That's a good thing,
But
because we don't want to see him just keep straying and straying and straying and straying. Maybe that discipline brings him back to the center of the family and makes him think about, okay, what am I doing to make sure that I'm pushing forward in the right direction so our family can have the continuity? Because when Roger says this, he's not saying that I don't believe him or his cousin who's the father of this guy and the other men was doing this to police his penis. It was to make sure the continuity was there. And since he had already been out of pocket as it was, they wanted to make sure, in terms of me assessing it, just based on how I even grew up, they want to make sure that he is not string too far from the path.
Okay, let me
And
ask this.
that's the whole point, is trying to keep it in order, because either we're
Wait.
going to have order in the family, or
We're just gonna live like savages.
Let me ask this. What if the family is wrong? What if the family is wrong? And see, this is something that we actually have to accept as a possibility, and in most cases as true. What if we have been taught wrong?
Can you elaborate on that, Chef, a little bit
What
deeper?
if we are holding up traditions that the slave master held up? What if
master?
Yeah. Listen, where does Christianity come from? How did you get Christianity? You got it through slavery.
I ain't said nothing about. Look,
No. Listen to what I'm saying. What if we're holding up traditions that are doing more damage to the family than good? You just said no one is above reproach. That includes the elders as well, because you know what? Maybe we need to rethink about some things, because the same things that applied in your lifetime does not apply now.
Do you realize who you're talking to? I've been one of the main people that has been pushing back on the difference between older people and elders. When Roger's family implemented this, that didn't come off like some old people shit to me. That came off like some elders trying to pass wisdom onto their younger male family members.
You just said it. That's how it came off to you.
Yes.
That's how it came off to you.
Yes.
I see traditions being pushed that actually need to be revisited because it's not doing us any good. Now, what if you tell this young man, you done paid for your way here, you done paid for this hotel room, you done brought your significant other, your girlfriend or whatever. Who is anyone to tell that adult man what to do? Who is it? What? No, and here's the question I want to ask: what heaven do you have him to look forward to, and what hell do you have him to fear?
Okay,
so are we coming at this from a dick policing point of view, or are we coming at this?
That's what I'm saying, because that's what it sounds like.
I made it clear. That's not what. I don't believe that's.
Hold on, Ra. Hold on, because my whole point when I came up here, I was saying, look, y'all telling another man what he can and cannot do with his woman.
It's not his woman.
And why is it not his woman? She's
they're not married.
No. Wait. So now we got to be married. But on one hand, we tell young men don't get married because it's a trap. We're talking double speak.
Chef, you
can't
trying,
do that.
Chef, you're trying to drag it.
Wait.
The tradition in our community was always get married.
Look, everybody ain't Christian. Everybody don't subscribe to the tenets of that faith. Everybody don't even believe it no more. Everybody's not Muslim. Everybody's not Jewish. Some people realize, you know what? Y'all hadn't figured this thing out following all of these rules and all of this time. Maybe I need to abandon the rules sometimes and figure out a path on my own. But we gonna hold that person back and say, no, you wrong.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. To me, it's not about what religion you happen to be or if you're religious at all. In this particular scenario, it's just simply about the fact that there are rules in place that have been there in place for a very long time. I can't even technically say how old these rules are, because I've known them to be around ever since I've been born. So the rules could literally precede my birth. Okay. So at the end of the day, they're just family rules about how we gonna get down when we come together as a family. I have a lot of relatives. I got a lot of cousins. Okay. Ain't none of them successfully that I'm aware of ever slept with a person they was married to in the same room. So this been going on. So now my thing is it about religion?
Right.
Hold on, let me just say this. Is it about religion or disrespecting this particular family's position? Because I've been to other people's family reunions, and my thing is, if I go to my friend's family reunion, I got to accept how they get down because it's their family at the end of the day.
Yeah, but Roger, I mean, if I'm with Chef. Look, traditions are broken all the time. And if you're saying your family is about tradition, then there wouldn't be no divorce. You will have a long line of right in your family according to what that tradition is. You wouldn't have your family falling apart. You wouldn't have those kind of things happening if these things were about tradition.
Wait, Roger, can I
You
say
know what?
something? Roger,
Let
can I
me,
say
let,
something real
let,
quick?
let me just say this. Remember, I did tell y'all, out of all my aunties and uncles, my parents the only ones that got divorced. That's
Okay.
not a thing in my family.
But
So
here's the
we're
other thing,
outside
Roger.
of the tradition then.
Wait,
Here's the other
hold
thing,
on. Can I
Roger.
say this real quick?
Go ahead, Sharp. Go ahead.
This is why our community is in turmoil.
Yep.
Straight up
because
turmoil.
we're trying to make everybody fit under one set of rules, and
when everybody fit under one set of rules, we had better outcomes.
No, you know why? Because people don't think the same. That would mean we are a monolith.
But
go
go P. If you invite me to your family reunion and y'all do stuff a different way, who am I to tell y'all I'm not gonna do it the way I make y'all think?
Roger, you moving it. The original question was, okay, if you have your son who went out into the world and he decided he started a family or whatever have you, and we do know in general is not financially speaking, it can be challenging to go and say, okay, I'm a marry, or we're gonna marry. They may be putting their funds together to do so, but in the meantime, they are putting their home together. They are moving forward with their life. And then they say, hey, we're going to go to our family reunion. And next thing you know, hey, we're going to pay for our room, and so we can get settled in, and you guys can meet my significant other.
He knew.
I'm asking you, what are you going to do? Are you going to Chef's point, are you going to say, no, you can't be around?
Okay, but Gold P, we literally did that. We literally told him he can't stay in the room with the young lady.
How are you telling him he can't do it?
We literally provided him a place to be for the weekend.
But Gold P, if he wasn't down with that, he could have took his behind home.
Wait. This is what the question is, Roger. It's not about saying something. What are you willing to do to prevent him from doing that? What negative actions are you going to take? What is the consequence of him facing if he does not listen to what you and your cousins are saying?
I would assume, because we've never had a person who went against it, I would assume that they would whoop him. I would assume that. If it got to that point, I would assume that would happen because they had.
Hold on, Go B. Hold on. Because we're talking about keeping traditions and everything, right? So if we're talking about keeping traditions, listen, it's a double-edged sword. Because now, Roger, I rock with you. You my dog.
Absolutely.
If we talking traditions, I have a question for you, sir. Why ain't you married? Because that you out of tradition. Where's your family?
I've been attending.
I won't hear excuses.
No, I'm not.
You over 18.
No, let him answer the question.
Yeah.
I mean, he's expressed this multiple times.
They just trying to be right. That's the thing.
I mean, for real, like
I have actively looked for a person to marry since I was 18. I have very actively done so, and I just didn't find someone who fit the qualifications of someone that I can marry comfortably. I just didn't do it. And I said I do believe it was my mistake that I focused too hard on black women specifically.
What does your book say? What does your book say that you're supposed to do? There's two things your book say you're supposed to do.
Be fruitful and multiply. You talking about be fruitful and multiply?
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
So have you fulfilled the latter part of that criteria?
I have not, because I'm supposed to do it as a married man.
Thank you. There's steps to it.
Have you had sex, Roger?
But you failed. You, based on your criteria, you have failed to fulfill that criteria.
Roger,
right?
have you had sex?
But y'all are the same ones that saying
Can Roger answer my question, please? Can Roger answer my question, please?
No, on that part, yes, I have failed thus far. I have
Have you
failed
had
thus
sex,
far.
Roger? Have you had sex?
Now, there are over 8 billion people on this planet. Most of them are female, and most of those female are adults. So, what's your excuse?
No, I said I did something poorly. I focused on black women too much. I that was a mistake that I made. Just is what it is. Because if I would have
How old are
gave
you
some
now,
of those other
Roger?
women a chance, I might be married at this
How
particular
old are
point.
you
And
now,
hold on,
Roger?
Go P. Hold on, Go P. And shout out to I Love Jesus in the chat. She said, "What's a man's purpose if he's not married past 36? A man's purpose is not with has nothing to do with his wife. That's a woman's purpose. Stop trying to make men women. Okay, a woman's purpose has something to
But
do with
but
her
his
husband.
but his purpose is to
Church.
multiply.
And you can still multiply
His
after
purpose
50.
is to multiply.
How old are you, Roger?
Oh, I ain't gonna say that on air. You know what I'm
But
saying? Period.
you are of age, Roger.
Roger 75.
Roger, I asked you, have you had sex, Roger?
Yeah, I have.
All right then. But so you are out of order. Is your
So
family
you
Just
so you
just because
fornicate.
on
you
you?
no
So
no
you fornicate.
just because you
You
do one
fornicate.
thing wrong, just because you do
Oh,
one thing wrong, don't mean you do
I'm
everything
so
wrong.
sorry, Roger.
Hold on.
Wait, wait,
He
You
was
Roger.
lost
you hear
and now he
this?
has been found.
Hold on.
This is what they
Roger.
call it. This is what they call a slippery slope.
Very.
That's what they call a slippery slope.
No,
No, it's not.
to
No,
me,
it
it's
ain't.
not
No,
a
it's
slippery
not.
slope because at
Yes,
the
it
end of the
is.
day,
Yes, it is.
Men
well,
are
hold
not
on.
held to the same
No.
sexual standard
Hold
as
on,
women. Come on,
hold
y'all.
on,
Y'all know that.
hold on.
Stop, man. Stop.
This is the thing, y'all. We're talking about a young man who went to his family reunion. He didn't go to somebody else's family reunion. He went to his family's reunion. This is my cousin's son. This is his biological son. This has been his family his entire life. He knows about the rules of his family. Why are you trying to break the rules of your family? At the end of the day, when you go into a particular situation, you got to follow the rules of that particular situation. Same way if I go to any one of y'all's homes, I got to follow your rules. Same way I go to a job, I got to follow their rules. I go see a Bulls game, I got to follow the rules
So it wasn't outside the family rules for him to fornicate and shack up with a girl. That wasn't
He
outside the
said
family rules.
he said yeah.
he was told if he gonna do that, he got to do it on his own
How
dime, and he
how
did.
how are families formed? How are families formed?
Did you not catch it? If he was going to do that, he had to go do that on his own dime. He can't do that
So
under
that's
his
how
father's rule,
families are formed, aren't
and
they?
he didn't do it.
So that's how families are formed, aren't they? A man will
No,
be
no, you're
charged
talking
to
about
go
how
out on
children are
his
made.
own
Thank you.
and find
No,
a woman.
No, go Pete.
children are made through sex. Families are formed by properly planning for them. That's
Okay.
how families are formed over time.
Okay.
It's
What I'm
called
saying,
estate planning.
what I'm saying is, a man is charged to leave his home and live his life.
No,
And
wait,
Are y'all are
women,
y'all are
hold
y'all
on,
are y'all are y'all
go
sitting
P,
here
hold on,
saying
go P,
hold on,
no,
go P.
man, hold on,
go P,
no,
hold on,
wait a
because
minute,
I'm
man.
gonna read this because compassion and Cass went through the trouble and put it up, so I'm gonna read this. Then I'm gonna say something about you because basically what you're arguing is don't follow the rules even though you went into the thing. This was his family. There was no surprise on his
No,
end.
Roger. Read the thing and then come back to me. Go
Hey
ahead.
Okay.
Kev, you still got two in the background waiting to get up on on the microphone
Oh
too,
yeah,
Okay.
we
Raj.
got
Yeah,
Kev right
yeah.
there.
My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I got to get Jado in, and T'Challa just popped up, and Kev 3905 is here, so we definitely gonna have to have some level of extension because niggas want to come at the last bit of the show. You know, niggas like Jado. I ain't gonna say no names, but uh, negative liberty. It is the absence of external constraints for excuse me or interference, meaning freedom from being prevented from acting by others, especially the government. It emphasizes that freedom to do or not do something without external obstacles, coercion, or punishment. For example, one has negative liberty to travel if no one is physically stopping them, even if they lack the money for a ticket. And now I'm gonna say again, y'all, keep in mind, this young man came to his family reunions. So all the family reunions he went to in the past, these same rules still applied then. But remember, the end of the topic of the show. Not that I'm saying we got to move off of this because I think it kind of coincides because it's dealing with family. Is where the lanes are, because when we deal with family, a lot of people start making. And I'm not saying it ain't gonna be true. People are gonna make certain exceptions for their own family, or something that Kevin 3905 said in his wisdom. Some people will forgive family members for doing something that they wouldn't forgive somebody else who's not a family member to do. And shout out to Compassion Kaz, who says, by the way, Black women practice negative liberty. Read definition. And I'm gonna say absolutely. And I'm gonna say in this particular case, the family member, my younger cousin, could have had an issue with this and made an issue about it. Him being a man, he understood the family got rules. I'm gonna respect my family's rule because I don't want no problems with my family. Let's not forget that part either. Now, let's not forget that part. He did understand what the rules were. This is the family he belongs to. This is his biological father's family. So he knew what time it was.
Yeah, go ahead, Kev. Cause I'm gonna go at what's that dude named? I should be on the page. I'm gonna keep that. That's the back conversation.
Say it's the Bible study go.
I'm
PC.
gonna let T'Challa enjoy his privilege.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep, my bad. You're right. Appreciate you, Kevin. Because you didn't have
Yes,
to do
sir.
that. You could have just slipped the one in real quick because I didn't even pay attention to that. So
No,
thank you for having such integrity, my brother.
thank you, brother. I don't treat people like old people treat me, man. I'll be
How
fair.
you do that, man?
I appreciate you
Go
telling the
ahead and let
truth.
Kev go.
I
And he
appreciate
shoots
you
at me,
telling
man.
the truth. Okay.
He shoots at me.
T'Challa, you
Go ahead.
got the mic, my brother. No disrespect intended.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it, gentlemen. Kev, he's hilarious, man. Hey, so shout out to you, Roger. And as it relates to this topic, so I've been listening. I was just driving, so I've been moving around. So I know it seems like I'm coming up at the last minute, but I've been listening the whole time.
No, that don't count for you. It's just some niggas like J-Lo. That don't count for you.
Yeah, but check it out though. So I looked at the videos, and this is the problem I have with this, right? So there's a lesson for both of these women here, right? And I know you guys probably hit on it, so I don't want to. I apologize if I, touch on this again. But basically, both of the women are wrong, right? Well, one's underage, so she's wrong. She knows she's wrong. That's why she snuck her boyfriend in, right? Because that's really what was going on, in the house, all the other stuff. I guess my issue is I'm trying to figure out how Mr. Beverly has charges in the first place. That's what I don't understand. The thing is that she's wrong. Snuck her boyfriend in there. They were doing what they were doing. We get all of that stuff the little teenagers do. So it's not so much of an age difference as much of it is that basically they were just misbehaving, and he got caught. And legitimately speaking, there could have been something nefarious going on. That could have been a complete stranger in that young lady's room. So he's not necessarily wrong for reacting in the way that he did, and he did choke the young man out, right? It wasn't the daughter. It wasn't his sister. It was a young man he was choking out, right?
We
No, we think
think it
it's
was
a
the
sister.
sister.
Oh, okay. So that's a little bit
I
different.
think the charge is DV related because
Oh,
if you look at the wording, it is kind of presented as if it's a domestic violence issue, which we know all throughout the country they have ratcheted up anything connected to DV. So it makes it easy if you are a man exerting any kind of power in your household. It's a way to usurp your power in your household by putting it in a category of some sort of DV matter.
Yeah, you were. And I heard you talking about that, and I do have a problem with that and how the system is kind of working against black men and forcing some type of discipline within their own households. So that being said, see, again, it goes back to even why is she pressing charges? Literally, you can say right there, no, do not press charges, do not press, do not press, do not press, and that happens all the time. Because there's guys that do stuff, and then the lady's sitting there right there going, no, I don't want them. Do not arrest them. I'm not gonna press any charges. Drop it right here. Just calm them down, and then we'll move from there. That happens all the time. So I don't know why it couldn't happen in this case. And I'm gonna tell you that the media was real slick with this too, because they put something out about on Patrick Beverly, right? They didn't say what it was. They just said they just real general with the statement, and they made it look bad right from the rip, without any explanation, without any context. And then the other woman, as it relates to that dude, that guy that she's engaged with, having intimate relations, and then everybody she's doing all of this stuff, but she's basically got her attack dog. See, this is where I have the problem with that, because she's making a conscious choice as an adult to engage with a dude who's basically beating on her, physically abusing her, and she bypassed all the common sense evaluation process and the steps associated with making sure that guy's not even in her life. So that's the guy that she wants. So I agree with Roger on that. So why are you calling on me? Why are you expecting me to be an attack dog and get in trouble and all this other stuff? I understand family loyalty, but again, there's lessons for both of those women, and it seems like the overarching message for the family is that they're missing the chance to discipline those women and get them right, and keep the whole family out of trouble. But I'll go ahead and land right there.
All right, now I'm just gonna say real quickly, and I'm gonna give it to Kevin 3905. Even though one is a minor, I want y'all to pick up on the fact that she brought the dude to the family home that more than likely Patrick Beverly is paying for. And the other young woman obviously brought the man that beats on her to the family event, as if family is not going to be there. Of course, she knows her brother. She know how her brother is. It is what it is. They're strangers to us, but she know them at a level that we don't. So these are women intentionally bringing men around for bad situations to happen, because I don't want that to be lost, because that's really the focus of the show at the end of the day. Kevin 3905, you got it, and we'll get Jado in right after you.
Good afternoon, fellas. Good afternoon. My first statement is anytime you find yourself agreeing with Gold P, you might be in danger of being very, very wrong.
Well said. Well said.
We have to be careful about the precedent that we're trying to set. If we're talking about families and we're saying to ladies, hey, listen, if it's just you and a bunch of kids, that ain't no family. But then how we gonna go and promote a man not being married, carrying himself in such a way, and then try to call it a family? That's not a family. That is a man endangering himself and that woman to be in a broken home, because have not made her an honest woman, and given her a proper commitment. We can talk about Christianity and whether it's a slave religion and all that other kind of stuff. We can do that in Bible study because that'll take forever. But without a doubt, when we were mostly a Christian nation and mostly a Christian people as black people, we were doing much better than we're doing now in defying Christianity with the behaviors that we have. And when it comes to traditions, if you don't carry out the traditions that's set forth by your elders, you will find yourself in some perilous times because it's uncharted territory. Why can't we just simply do what works? And I'm gonna land my plane right there.
All right, Jado,
Well
you got
said,
it.
brother. Well said.
Damn, Roger, my Chicago brethren, man, you taking jabs at me, bro.
Oh man, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. But you know you my
No, he
man.
wasn't, Jado. No, he wasn't, Jado. That's what he do. That's what he do. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, Roger? What's up, fellas, man? Hey, I came in at the what up, Ryo? I came in at the tail end, man, and I'm very my personality is naturally like militant, and sometimes I can be extreme. So I definitely I came up and listened to the last like 15, 20 minutes, man. So forgive me, I didn't hear the entire program, but yeah, I find myself conflicted a lot just because trying to hold up tradition and then just kind of seeing and recognizing that the cat has been let out the bag already, so to speak. You know what I mean? So definitely, Roger, your story about the family reunion, man, I definitely respect you brothers for doing that. But I kind of do look at it like the cat is out of the bag, and I say one of the biggest thing, like black men, black families, if we accept any bastard child into the family, I think we've broken tradition. You get what
Hello.
I'm saying? If we've accepted any bastard child into the family, if we accepted it, we've broken tradition. We're saying we support. We're saying it's okay
Uh-oh.
in a sense. So are we willing? Are we going to go to the extreme? And maybe I don't. Again, man, I'm a FBA dude, just like I get all the brothers up here. I don't know. I was born into this, man. Like, are we going to exile? Are we going to exile these people out of the family? Or are we going to get them,
Uh-oh.
excommunicate them? I don't know. And again,
Uh-oh.
I don't have the answers. I love the conversation that you guys are having. I just wanted to come in and join. You know what I'm saying? And I'll say this, man. I spent like a week and a half in Malaysia, man. Very high, a high Muslim population and stuff like that. And as I was walking around the streets, man, I felt a little, I don't want to say uncomfortable. I was just in an environment I wasn't used to because all the women were covered. I wanted to see something, man. Just because I'm used to that, man. So I'm like, man, do I really? I'm like, man, I'm born into this, but it's like, man, do I really want to go back to the very traditional ways? Anyway, again, interesting conversation. I just want to jump up and
Down, down, down.
and talk with you brothers, man. Appreciate you
Hey,
having me up, Roger.
hey, Roger,
Jado, you starting something now. Uh-oh.
can I piggyback on something T'Challa said?
Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, because he and forgive me because I jumped on the panel and I did not make any reference to the actual topic of the show. So please forgive me for that. But as it does pertain to the topic of the show and piggybacking on what T'Challa just said, you don't know what that situation is. When you walk into your home and you see a stranger in your home, you don't know. No one knows what that reaction is going to be. You don't know what anybody's reaction is going to be. I actually teach my sons because there's an age gap between my sons and my daughters. The largest age, my oldest son and my youngest daughter, the age gap is 19 years. Okay. So now I teach my sons because one day you're going to have your own family. I teach my sons if anybody comes in this house and I don't know about it, and you got my permission to banish them to the spirit realm, and we can talk about it later. And I tell my sons that in front of my daughters because they know the rules. If anybody is in my house, oh, they ready to meet Jesus, and that's what's gonna happen. Because I tell my sons, if you are in someone's house, if you're in a young lady's house and that's her father's house or her parents' house, whatever happens to you, that's what happens to you. And I'm going to be on the side of the father. So you got to watch yourself when you go in. So if you don't teach your sons that, if you don't teach your daughters that, this is what happens. And see, that's where family act. See, these are the kinds of rules that you establish because this is a rule about safety. You don't just have anybody in the house because you feel like you're old enough. You don't know how somebody's going to react. You don't know what could go down in this house. You piss him off. We got knives and stuff in this house. It could be a very tragic situation. That's safety. Those are rules in place for safety. And that's not a rule for ego. That's not a rule to make somebody feel good. That's a rule to actually keep somebody safe and make them vigilant. And that's exactly what should have happened. You in somebody's house? Nah, man. And see, young men have to understand, and I'm gonna land here. Young men have to understand, protect yourself by not always going where it's easy. Just because she invited you over, ask her, are her parents home? Ask her, does somebody know that you're gonna be over there? And that's not saying that you don't want to get no leg, because all of us want to get some leg, but you got to do it safely. It's more to saving yourself, black man, than just saving your seed. I'm gonna land right there.
I think Jado asked a really good question, and I will be very interested to hear the response.
What was the question Jado asked?
Jado, would you ask that question again?
if we're willing, as far as black families accepting any bastard children into the family, because if we are, like, are we willing to exile the bastard children and the people that they came from the family, if they're doing that? Are we willing to do that if we're trying to uphold something?
Baby
Well, you know,
mama
I,
here.
I said a while ago, I said a while ago, I don't think you can fix this without doing it. You know, the example of the very famous example of that being like the Game of Thrones universe, where you know if the child is made in outside of marriage, you're not you don't you don't inherit, you don't even get the name of the father. You're
Snow.
basically sort of cast into you're a snow, you're a river, you're a stone, sort of reference to the
Hmm.
predominant geographical environment or climate in which you're born. Flowers, I guess. you know, I mean, so I mean, to no one really wants to answer that question, Jado. I think people are discomforted with answering that question because answering that question highlights how stark the fall is amongst us.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you have to ask a lot of other questions. You have to ask questions about fornication, and we've all fornicated, right? We have to ask about coveting, and especially if some of us have slept with somebody else's wife, that's a very bad sin, you know. And even the form of sexual activity is, is illicit. Sodomy, that's illicit. You know, just how far down this road we want to go. Again, that's why I tend not to be very religious, because I see a lot of cherry picking in what rules we are and are not going to enforce.
I could dig that.
Hey,
And my
Roger.
hypocrisy goes but so. And my hypocrisy goes but so far.
Let, let me
Hey,
let me say
Roger.
let me say hold on. Let me say
Can,
this. Let me say this.
I
Okay.
got
The
after
reason
Ryan.
the reason why I wanted him to come forth because when it comes to situations like bastards, for example, you got to actually go back to what that actually means. That means that you didn't have your father's name, okay? Because it was your father's name that carried you in the world from a social perspective as a younger person. When you go around people who knew, your father, and they say, "Oh man, that's Leroy's boy, man. Man, y'all remember Leroy? Yeah, man, he was a good dude." A lot of times, man, you gain favor off of that name of that particular man. And so when you didn't have that, you didn't have it to where you didn't have that public the public knowing of you and what kind of family you came from or what family you came from. So it was a mark of identification. It wasn't just a name. It was a mark of identification in terms of what kind of family you came from. And so now when it comes to sex, for example, everybody knows that the same rules never applied to men and women. It never did. Women were always expected to be chaste. That has never been the expectation of men. What men have always been celebrated for has been sexual prowess. Now, even in the Bible, it says for men to not be a whoremonger. Okay, so don't be out here like we tell guys all the time. Don't lose your life chasing these hoes around because you can lose your life like that. It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 50. So it never said don't smash a whore though. So what I'm saying is that we got to be very clear on how certain rules were applied when it came to male and females. What was the expectation? Because at the end of the day, a lot of people in these other groups They do some of the same things. The only difference is that when it comes to family, though, they enforce a certain order, though. It's not saying other groups of people don't do the same type of stuff. I mean, we seeing these people in Hollywood and all this other type of stuff. We seeing how people get down. However, when it comes to their family structure, though, who they invite into their bloodlines, that's a different ball game. And the problem is that there is there hasn't been a mechanism right there from the male side in these families for a few generations to in which men can openly enforce order and discipline as it relates to the females and who they bring into the bloodline. That has always been the domain of men. Who you get to bring into the family bloodline. That has always been the power and control of men. And I think that even though Roger's cousin has strayed away from that path, it doesn't mean that there was never a path from him to follow in the first place. And I think that's the most important thing.
If a man is having sex outside of marriage, how is he not a whoremonger?
I just explained it, man.
I posted in chat in the private chat the definition of whoremonger.
Well, once again, man, you know, people. Oh, and Compassionate Callous came up. I don't want to step on him. You know, I'm respectful, unlike some people up here.
Please.
Well,
let me say this real quick. The reason I brought this conversation is because a lot of stuff changes when somebody's sister involved. We'll say we want rules for women, but do the rules still apply when it's your sister? Because when it's your mom and your daddy, that's a different thing because you don't have no control over them anyway. But when it's your sister, that's somebody at your level. That's a peer. So now, when the other man is doing something wrong to your sister, what do you think is fair? And at the end of the day, are you going to stop another man for doing something that's right for his sister? That's why I said I got no issue with what Pastor Beverly did at all, because his sister happened to be a minor, and she brought that dude to the family home. She out of pocket. When it comes to this other guy who's saying, man, you put your hands on my sister one more time, my thing is he is out of pocket. Just how your sister has orgasm. She like men that beat her up. And anybody who doesn't believe she likes men that beat her up, then you explain why she got a man that beats her up. Because she gotta like it to have it. Ain't nobody forcing her into that relationship. That's a socially voluntary relationship. So she likes it.
Hey,
and if she likes it, how can her brother tell her she can't be in it? It's not like she lives with him and she has to follow his rule. So if she living somewhere else, I can't tell my sister who to be with. I can give you my opinion if you bring them to me, but I can't tell you who to be with for sure. No. So once you pick him, don't bother me with the details. I don't care. Now, I'm not going to protect you from your husband. I'm not going to protect you from your boyfriend. I'm not protecting you from your fiance. I'm not protecting you from your man and any variation of somebody who is your significant other. I will not protect you from him. That is not my job.
Hey, Roger, check the back chat. Check the back chat when you have a chance.
Okay, and Compassion, go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, no, man. I just came up because it was getting more and more fascinating, and I just want to remind us because I think sometimes we get lost in these discussions. Y'all do realize we runaway slaves of the gynocracy and the matriarchy. We gotta remember that these discussions, for context, we read history anachronistically. Sometimes it's kind of hard to splice these ideas from what the current format and the current community functions as, what maybe the silent generation, maybe and some how they function, and then how we function now. Splitting those things, it kind of gets all mixed up together. But what occurred to me was sometimes it's hard to remember that, like, we're not coming from patriarchal structures in terms of the prior families we have. I know we thought we were, but we know now, at least us in this space, understand well, we were coming from very matriarchal not kosher patriarchies. Maybe they reference the Bible, which is a patriarchal religion, but how it actually functioned, we know it was a lot more complex than that, especially the closer you get to the contemporary time, today's time. Maybe you go back before the Great Migration, we was all in the South and we was living a certain type of different system. We maybe had a little bit more patriarchal type of faculties, like the kind of concepts y'all is talking about now, how the men tell who can sleep with who and how it's enforced. But we got to remember, though, where we're coming from is we're not like rebuilding a patriarchy. We're talking about concepts that would establish an actual patriarchy for the first time for the American black male in-group. So we have to remember, like, that's why I put up the negative liberty thing, because we coming from, essentially, you can almost say since 1960, since welfare was legalized for black women, the family itself the dissolution of the family has been a slow process over that whole time, which basically dissolved the communities, and with all of that, dissolved all the traditions. So now when we meet up today, you could be talking on these panels, perfect example. We all have different philosophies on how we should live life and how rules are enforced. But we got to recognize going forward, that's going to be a big problem, because communities usually don't have that much diversion in how their world views, because then you get into the point where niggas will basically get to the point to be a Mexican standoff. I'm not, nigga, you ain't gonna make me do shit, and how you gonna make me do it? So we got to remember, but that's not a virtue as much as I think that's just been a necessity, since we have no communities or no family or no patriarchal structures to refer to. So it's to each his own as far as black men at this point. And going forward, it's gonna be hard to we got to remember that's where we coming from, which is fine. But herding these cats, we're gonna have to remember we're gonna have some rules and unified ideologies and traditions that we at least start. Maybe they weren't in your life now, or they weren't in your family's life prior. But if we're gonna build forward, there ain't gonna be no such thing as a whole bunch of niggas with a whole bunch of different rules on how they, manage patriarchy.
Hey,
And
Chalice.
I'm gonna say the
Totally agree with that.
I agree with you, Chalice, but we
Totally
far
agree with that.
we far going from even getting to that stage, brother.
Yeah, we are clearly.
Yeah.
We're far
And
gone.
the question
Far
is,
gone.
who gets to draw the line and where that line is drawn? Because you can draw some pretty stark lines, and it'll be very clear as to what you should and should not do. And then the question is that line behind you, Callus, or is it behind me, or whatever? Because I mean, we can draw some hard lines. Like I say, it would be a hard line. Hey, you're not, the kids not married. They're not in the same class as those the kids who are married, legally, socially. You can draw that kind of line, and then we can enforce that not only just in that immediate family, but throughout that extended family, throughout that neighborhood, throughout that community. That world looks a certain kind of way. How comfortable are we willing to live in that particular world?
Well, I'm gonna say before we get there, I'm gonna bring it back to the subject of the show. These sisters, because I think this is an easy line that men should be able to draw, because everybody should be able to see it from their own perspective. At the end of the day, how important is this woman? This is your sister. Are you gonna feed her? Are you gonna clothe her? Are you gonna have sex with her? Are you gonna make sure she's good until her old age? Because I'm not. I love my sisters. I do not love my sisters enough to guarantee that they're gonna have a decent life. I don't love them that much. That may sound bad to y'all, but that's realistically speaking. I don't love my sisters enough to make sure they good. Now, if I got a whole bunch of extra money, cool, because they my sisters. But if I got just enough for me and my own little family, I'm not gonna make sure they good. And that's just being real. And we all pretty much feel this way. It's uncomfortable to say it out loud because we don't think about it in that context. I'm not worried about my sisters like Bill. I'm probably never gonna worry about my sisters like Bill, truth be told. They will have to be in a pretty bad situation for me to have a thought process about my sisters like Bill. I just don't think about them like that. They got husbands, it's their husband's job. If their husband needs some help, the husband need to let me know. I don't need her bothering me about nothing, and that's just real talk. Because it ain't her. Go ahead.
I think also too, when we having these type of conversations, we got to stop as a collective of men responding from a vantage point of how unfair it is to females. Well, if it's going to be like this for the females, then what about the guys? Like that is a very that's truly a slippery slope, because nobody is saying it has to be fair for them. That's the problem. That's a lot of that feminist talk. It doesn't have to be fair for them because they're not going to be judged by the same standards as men because they would fail every time. They're judged by the standards of women. What is appropriate for women? And when you look at these two particular situations, you clearly can see that both of these situations, both of these videos show that neither man had authority in his family. Period. He had no authority. Beverly didn't, and the guy that was talking to the dude that was dealing with his sister, he had no authority because he said it to her. Like, why you gonna bring this dude and you know I'm gonna be here? So that means she already know how he feels about that particular guy. And at the end of the day, she didn't care. She still brought the dude. And I think for him, his problem was his animosity, which is what Truth Teller was saying earlier, was misdirected at the guy. No, this should be addressed at your family level first before it even gets to this guy. Because if there are clear rules into which the females are able to deal with men established, then you're not going to even have to have a conversation with this dude, because once you see that she is on what she's on, you just cut ties, which is what I said, my lady, her grandfather did with his own daughter. Once she dealt with the dude that he forbade her to deal with and got pregnant, and when he left her, she tried to run back, he established a rule. He said, no, that is it. Period. You don't get to come back. You don't get to come back here. I gave it to you. You showed what man you wanted to follow. That's different, as opposed to a son who might stray, but at the end of the day, you need your sons to carry your lineage forward anyway, because if your daughters get married, they're going to be with another man. They're going to be with his lineage like that. Your sons got to carry on your lineage. So you by definition, you got to give sons more leeway anyway to develop and grow. But that female understands, like, once she makes that decision to go outside the confines of the family and the order, you can't trust her, man.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Hold on, before you ask it, let me say this. I'm gonna say the men had authority, but as men, the issue is how much of a fight are you willing to put up to enforce your authority? Authority don't come free either. You can have authority, but you got to do stuff that's uncomfortable sometimes to maintain that authority. If you don't believe me, ask any government. You got to do stuff to maintain the authority. So I'm gonna say they had levels of authority. Pat Bev did exactly what Pat Bev should have did. I support him 100% based on what we know so far. Unless the story really changed, I don't see me not riding out with him the whole way.
Pat Bev had third-party interference of his authority, which is what I was describing earlier. If Pat Bev could have beat his sister's ass and nobody fuck with him, guess what? Pat Bev could run that house.
Exactly. And that's what I was speaking to. I think we looking at matriarchies. They just because they got men in them, brothers and Pat Bev, these aren't patriarchies. So the authority the men have ain't backed by nothing.
Right, exactly.
Anything is interfered with. So what those videos really display is the women was maneuvering. That's a matriarchy. Those aren't patriarchies. I think
exactly.
I'm gonna say this. In Pat Bev's situation, everybody should be wondering who gonna pay the mortgage now. That should be it. Come across.
But what he's saying is right, though, Roger. What he's saying is right, because if it has to be accepted individually, obviously, a woman follows your leadership and she accepts that. But from a family perspective, it also has to be accepted that you're the authority. It's not a negotiation. You know what I'm saying? Like my great grandfather's rules apply still to this day in the home because he built 3 homes, and his rules still apply that applied when he was alive because he was the patriarch. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that that's the level of respect that has to be when the women are still willing to implement that man's order in his own home that he built, when they're still willing to implement that and he's gone, that's authority.
No,
Because the truth of the matter is that if they agree with it, like, okay, well, you can do this. No, the order is supposed to be something that is created by the men in that family. This is what we say is going to be. These are the rules that are going to apply to you. And if you step outside of these, then there's going to be penalties for that. I believe the problem is that there is never penalties exacted. And I don't mean just him just beating her ass. I'm saying when are black men going to get to a point where they excommunicate females out their family, walk away from families that are just completely debaucherous, females led, ultimately broken families led by hoes? Like, at
what,
what
what,
point are black men going to get tired of that?
what the thing is, at some point in time, you got to be able to go with your own sister then.
Right.
That's kind of the point of why I put these two very different stories with a through line today. And when it come down to it, black men gonna have to back up the black men. You gonna have to tell your wife sometime, shut up and get out their business. He doing what he need to do. You gonna have to tell your girlfriend sometime, shut up, he right, sit down. This ain't got nothing to do with you. You see what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, if the guy always by himself, you're gonna have an exaggerated problem. He can't be by himself. That's why I'm saying black men got to literally do the best you can to get on jury duties and start making rulings that change the way society goes. He can't be by himself and win.
Well, this is precisely why the gynocracy is constructed the way it is. So we never, because like you're saying, Roger, there's no telling amongst our own group of men. Pat Bev is from Chicago, the West Side. He from our city. We know nigga. We probably know of people in his family. We in the same group, in the same city, in the same community.
No, I know people who younger relatives of mine went to high school with Pat Bev.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know people that went to high
Yeah,
school.
no,
So my
that's,
point is, even with
yeah.
that, there's none of us, Black Uru, Jado, or Roger, we have no clue if that nigga gonna pay the mortgage or not. Because there's no standard or code of conduct if black men go, if you violate a black patriarch rule, what's the rule? What do black patriarchs do? We don't know, because it's to each his own. The the gynocracy got even black men on to each his own shit. I don't know what he'll do. He might cut her off, but he probably won't, because there's no code of conduct. I don't know. I don't know what Uru would do. I don't know what Roger would do. So I like that. That's my point. There's even no patriarchal code of conduct people to be scared of, let alone consequences that actually get enforced.
Well, but he should be cutting her off because, like, she's violating basic rules of the house. Like, strangers up in the house, middle of the night. I'm sure you don't. I don't know if you need to, sit down and lay down okay, this is the flat rule here is you can't bring strangers in the house. Everybody knows you're not supposed to do that, right? So she's disrespecting. I mean, it sounds like the father maybe isn't there, but he's there. So he's acting as a father figure, and that's good enough. So she's violating his rules. Like, it's so the punishment is, well, she gets cut off. If she wants to do what she wants to do, well, she's got to figure out her life from there. She
But
shouldn't get
that's
any
my
help from
point,
anybody.
kid. That's my point, kid. That's not no formal rule between black men. I've never heard of a black man cutting off his kids formally. Like, that's the actual penalty.
Well, I'm gonna say this: black men gonna have to accept it. You cannot punish a woman; she's not your woman. That's number one. She's supposed to be yours, but you can't punish her. That sounds crazy to me.
And crazy as hell.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely
And people
crazy.
say all that. Well, she's a grown
In
woman.
America, you can't legally punish a bitch. Period. Let's be real. Let's be all the way real.
I am not suggesting
It's
that
an
it must be legal.
overlord structure. It's an overlord structure. Right. Right. Well, I mean, yeah, if you're willing to go biblical, that's fine. But I'm just saying from a standpoint You have an overlord structure or a white hegemonic structure over whatever kind of decisions you might make that get to a certain level. And we see that in particular with respect to pet bears.
This is why I said black men for their own protection. And I know this might seem antiquated, but it's not, because other groups of people enforce this. You and your boys, man, you should use your boys, your homies, man, your friends, your brothers, man, as your counsel, into which you have them. If you want to deal with a female, you let them sit before your council of men. And your council of men let those females know, like, it ain't gonna be none of those games. There ain't gonna be no using kids against them or nothing like that. You ain't gonna have to worry about him. So see, we ain't gonna let him get caught up in all that DV and all that type stuff. So you're gonna have to deal with us.
Well,
And things like that really, and I'm saying that because I'm not saying it because these females are really overall good and stuff like that. I'm saying as a point of reference, because a lot of times you don't have the family structure where the women are going to be in a position to vet females for you. And so you need something in place, a kind of structure that allows people to still recognize, like, there is a possible penalty for harming you. Out here, you're just out here as a kamikaze pilot by yourself, just a lot of times just with no protection. You got to have some kind of mechanism into which people fear doing something wrong to you. The problem is that these females do not fear, even when it comes to their own families. We're talking about two sisters here, a younger sister and an older female that's a sister as well. I don't know if she's older than the guy, but they had no fear of these men at all. Like, there's no fear whatsoever.
Well, you can always punish a broad, man. Listen, you punish the broad by saying, no, I'm not doing that. Leave the broad. Yeah, I mean, that's just that's how you serve that right.
We're talking about sisters.
Are you going to punish your sister? Is different than punishing
I
even
will
your
punish
own
my
woman, because
sister, my mama, my auntie. I will serve them at work. Yes.
No. What I'm doing is I'm trying to make this plain, because a lot of men will let stuff go when it's their sister that they wouldn't, or they'll be bothered by something as their sister that they're okay with another woman, but when it's their sister, now it's too close. At the end of the day, are you going to accept respecting other men's authority? Because the reason I cannot tell you what to do with my sister, because I got to respect that other man's authority. He is the authority of my sister if he's with her. Now, when she was a kid, like Pat Bear's situation, I can get in there and do something. But when she grown, I got to let that go. She don't live with us no more. She out the house. She living somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's why I said so many times about, the group of black men I belong to. The children got to live in a father's home. If they don't live in a father's home, it's a whole different story of what's going on in the world.
We need to
I learned that
be moving as a collective. We need to be moving as a collective as men, and then once you move as a collective, laws change according to the behavior of people. But as long as we have in our mindset, I'm out here by myself, I'm just doing it by myself, we're not going to get anywhere. But if we speak as a collective and we say, hey, regardless of the laws, this is how we gonna move.
Yeah, and I'm
The
not
laws
saying
will change eventually.
Yeah, I'm not saying you people got to do terrible things just because I said, what's legal and what's not. Because there was a time that all of us, not being convicted of a crime, legally could be a slave. So legal, as it should be respected, you have to understand
mean
legal
right.
ain't always right.
That's right.
Hey, man.
It's legal, and then there's natural law too.
My father said, hey, son, look here. When you are in my house, you are to follow my rules. But when you go outside that door, you find your way and you create and then you can have the rules in your home. My son, he was with his girlfriend, and they was together, and then they got married. Now he has his home and he has his rules. But he knew while he was dealing with me, This is what it is, son. That's what it is. And that should be the rule. When you tell your son to go out and make a life, he has this, that he has the blueprint, and he go out and make his decisions on how he's going to move. And if he has to deal with telling his child, which I have a grandson on the way, he will tell his son and his daughters or whatever in the future, look, there are going to be some decisions that you're going to have to own up to, make, and whatever have you. You make sure you stand on that.
But see, no. The thing is, Gold P, is that can we accept it when somebody else does it and we don't like it, and it's family? That's the issue.
That's the point of me telling you. When he goes out into the world and establishes his family.
No, Gold P. I'm saying it's easy for you to say that about your own son. You know what I'm saying? Because he's ruling over some other woman. The thing is, when it's your sister and now some guy who ain't related to you got rule over her, can I accept what he does?
Yes.
Yeah,
how many people? How many people up here? Hold on. How many people up here have female cousins, aunts, sisters who have kids out of wedlock, and you support them?
I have relatives. My daughter. Yes, and I had to, especially with my own daughter. And I mean, we've heard the conversation when it comes to fathers and daughters. Well, my father, my daughter is one who be out there like Keisha, man. And I said, hey, she gonna live how she gonna live. She just knows that she can't bring that madness to me.
Now, this is what I'm saying. I'm not going to conflate the other, because that's another conversation about women who got kids. That's a whole other conversation, and it'll take a whole other show to do that. I ain't trying to conflate those issues.
No, I'm not conflating. I didn't mean to do that. I'm
not saying that you are. I'm just saying that in general, I think a lot of stuff will straighten up if we as men could accept to respect other men for doing a situation that we have an understanding to. And that's dealing with a woman. I'm going to deal with a woman the way I want to deal with a woman, but I have to also respect that other guy dealing with a woman related to me the way he wants to. I may not agree with, but is it my place to say anything?
Well, see, that's where a slippery slope becomes. I think, because that reminds me of some matrix.
Hold on, after compassion, say what you're saying, but after you, let's get inspired through broadcasting here.
All right,
go ahead.
Real quick. I think it's a slippery slope if we're a collective as a group, we talking about FBA American Black men, that we don't have no rules or regulations in relative to other Black men and how they conduct themselves with their family formation. I think is a slippery slope. I get that we can't control other men and we got to respect other men, but again, we got to remember the context we're coming out of. These are a bunch of random ass herded cats, ex-gynocrat Black men in the context we talking about. If we talking about the patriarchal coup of the gynocracy, which is what we talk about on this show. That's why I want y'all to remember. We're staging a coup against the current culture, which is totally gynocratic and totally chaotic, and to each his own, and everybody does whatever the fuck they want. If we was to reform that, which is what it sounds like we trying to, at least from Black men's level, I don't think we should recreate the negative liberty to each his own model that we've been kind of carrying on with that we got from Mama and them.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
reform the matrix or free folks from the matrix. Those are two different things.
Yeah, and I'm saying this, and in order to protect Black women, you got to leave that other man alone. You got to, because at the end of the day, if I'm always interfering with that man when he relates to my sister, I can't protect her. I'm telling her to be wild. The man who you're with, the guy who's supposed to be your leader, the guy whose protection you're supposed to be under, as soon as he do something I don't like, I'm going to come interfere. I can't protect my sister by being that way.
Yeah.
I need my sister protected, so therefore I got to leave him alone and let him make his decision.
And that's why this is so difficult, is we talking about something that's never been attempted in human history. We trying to reverse engineer a culture that's already broken. Like you said, most men wouldn't have to, Iraqi man meeting his sister's new Iraqi boyfriend wouldn't have to. There would be some shared culture that he would already know how that. It wouldn't be so arbitrary what you gonna run
There's no
into.
such thing as an Iraqi boyfriend.
It's not. It's really not. But they gotta. Let me
No,
get
there's
You know what
inspired.
I mean?
I gotta get it.
there's an arranged marriage at what, 14, 15 years old. And that's a done
Exactly,
deal.
and that totally simplifies this situation. That's what I said. We're trying to reconcile such a broken ass culture.
Okay, but we gotta let Inspired to
My bad.
broadcast
Go ahead,
in,
my
y'all. We
bad.
gotta let Inspired in. Inspired, please.
Absolutely, absolutely. Am I coming in loud and clear?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Great, great. Salute to you, Raj. Salute to the panel and salute to the chat. I don't know if anybody noticed this before. I didn't get a chance to run through the videos, but after everything that I've heard, because I've been listening the whole time pretty much, it seems like the common thread here is like female excitement. Like in one hand, you had female excitement from an underage young lady, and then you had a excitement issue with an older lady. Well, not older lady, but an actual full grown woman. And in each of these cases, like they knew very well what they were doing. Like they intentionally did what they did, and I don't know if it's for some people that kind of like sparks some excitement in them. They have to have like some emotional edification, and that emotional edification can sometimes trump our safety and our lives in some cases. And this is something that kind of ties back into what you all were just talking about, needing to have a code. Because if you have a code that helps the guys that are getting dragged into these situations, brought into these houses, it helps the people that are in the home so that they know how to interact with other men. Like that, having the code part is like having standard operating procedures. Like you wouldn't have somebody go and try to build a plane without standard operating procedures, or fly a plane, or deal with class 4 lasers, or anything like that without actually having a code. Like you can mitigate things to extent that you can, going out into some house on the hills, having like a gated community, having all these engineering controls, but at the end of the day, you still need some administrative controls as well. And that's where having the code comes in. That might be a good later on down the future stream to get into, a good topic.
We talked about that
We
before. Inspired
we
to
have.
black
We
men
have.
don't want no code, man.
Nope. Nope.
That's the truth about it. We
That's
just
the
want to talk
absolute
about it,
truth.
And
and
that's
we don't work in between it. You know what I'm saying? So at our convenience.
And that's what I say when I'm looking at the landscape of the battlefield we're dealing with. And like you said, Uru, it is an important distinction. Are we trying to rebuild the black community and all the people in it, or are we trying to save black men that can be saved? And in that saving the black men, they're gonna it's like the Matrix. They're gonna be coming out of the Matrix. We're gonna show them Zion, and some of them we're gonna have to deal with them being used to being in the Matrix, being used to being in the gynocracy. And that's where I'm thinking about, like, where the what, like you said, Jado, like men coming out of gynocracy ain't used to having no patriarchal order or rules governing how all the men move. And it's not, I'm not sure if they don't want it, they just not used to it. They coming out of a specific, the gynocracy designed itself so the women would have as much latitude as humanly possible, as much flexibility and as
Well,
little
you
rules.
cannot maintain a social system without both the carrot and the stick.
The stick, yeah.
Any system, you got to have rewards and you got to have punishments, and you got to be able to
No, somebody was
effectively
in front of me.
exact both
A
of
car was
them.
in front of me.
You have,
Hold on, kid.
Hold
you
on.
have
Yeah,
to
meet
be
up.
able
I got
you
it.
have,
Yeah.
you have to be able to effectively provide and exert both. You got to be able to effectively provide rewards. You got to be able to effectively exact punishment. So when you start talking about rules and code and all that kind of stuff, you can't really have that conversation without saying, okay, how are you going to hold this together with rewards and with punishments, with rules and expectations? And it,
Yeah.
that's why I'm suspicious of it because, and the reason why I keep talking about the overlord structure is you're only going to be as strong as the degree to which you can exert the ultimate authority over whatever rules you put in place. You cannot exert the ultimate authority over whatever rules you put in place, then your rules are meaningless. And the big part of what we experience here is, you have some well-meaning brothers or whatever. They try to put this community together. They try to put this family together. They try to do right, even in spite of their own internal issues or weaknesses or failures of past generations. They try to do right. I'm sure Pat Beverly has tried to do right. This was a guy who, you know, played 3 years or whatever, or 4 years in the European League, and then had a 12-year NBA career. This is a 6'2" guy. Went from playing in Europe to playing in the NBA. That's a profound personal achievement. So my impression of Pat Bev would be he on some levels he's an incredibly disciplined and focused man, and probably does not suffer a lot of foolery. He would have had to have not suffered a lot of foolery to be able to accomplish what he accomplished. But all of that is easily usurped in America. Now, if he was somewhere in some other country, one of the European countries, whatever he played basketball in, and he had his sister trying to misbehave over there, I'm sure he could have slapped her up real good fashion and got her back on track, and that would have been it if he was over in Slovenia or one of them places. So, part of this is, yeah, the rules we make, but then part of it, what can we actually really enforce in the system? And one
Yeah,
of the reasons
the
why I
thing.
think you have to
Oh, go
get
ahead. I
a
thought you were finished.
different group of women is because at least you're more likely to have women who are inured in some different kind of system. Here, they're just kind of like fucking wildcats. And it's just not you fighting against them and the likelihood of the system using them against you. If
Right.
you get a different group, then at least maybe they're not as motivated to use the system against you. It's not foolproof, but that's why I said earlier, you notice that you don't hear about, like if I had to, for example, if I had to choose some American women, I would be more inclined to choose Latino women or Asian women or some other group of women other than black and white. And why do I say that? Because I never hear Asian women calling the cops on anybody. I don't even really hear much of Latino women calling the cops on
Me
anybody.
either. Nope.
And
So
Uru,
I
how do
mean,
you think
just
they pull
that
that
part
off?
alone, then let me finish. That part alone gives me ultimate authority in my family. And if I have ultimate authority in my family, in my situation, then I can make and enforce some hard and fast rules. Go ahead and say what you were going
Well,
to say.
what I would say is that, you know, I constantly say, don't be no suck out here, man. You know, regardless of who you deal with or whatever have you, man. Understand your purpose, understand what your family means to you, and stand on that, man. And you know what you're willing to accept and what you're not going to accept. I mean, that's just, and I'm sticking to what this conversation is as far as family, what the situation was with Mr. Beverly, and you know, the second video. I mean, it's just what it is, man. And when you when you're in the position to say, hey, I'm going to make a decision to go a different direction, then you stand on that. I mean, that's what it is, man. You don't have to jump on the broad. You don't have to, just your walk away game should be impeccable. And that's my part.
Well, I
But
think with this type of
well,
hold on.
let me
I
say this
think
real quick.
go
Let me
ahead.
say real. Look, I'm asking people to do the easiest thing, and I don't know if y'all realize it. We're saying if a girl is a minor, yeah, you can interfere because she's a minor at the end of the day. You don't let somebody just rear your minor sister. I totally get that. But as an adult, what I'm asking y'all to do to be on code is to simply leave it alone. It's not your wife. It's not your fiance. It's not your girlfriend. It's not your little dip. It's somebody else's. You just happen to be the brother of the little dip or whatever she is to the guy. Leave it alone. If she don't live with you, why are you interfering? That's what I'm saying. That's the way you can actually protect black women, to know that we're not coming to save them from their foolishness. And see, right now, they got a whole society of people saving them from being foolish, which means they can just continue to be foolish and it's no big deal because somebody gonna come save my behind. No, I'm not saving you. That's your man. Whatever he is to you, he's attached to you. I don't have nothing to say about what he's doing. When you leave him, we can talk about what you're doing with him. But as long as you with him, I ain't got no real opinion about nothing. I don't even care what he did. And somebody gonna say, well, Roger, what if he hurt your sister? I mean, she grown, ain't she? She probably got she got insurance, don't she?
I like the way you said the time before us that you don't lock the monster in there with you if that's the monster to you.
Exactly. Yeah. And for the people who ain't heard it yet, if the guy she's dealing with is a monster, beating up all the time, you don't take a key and lock yourself in the home with the monster and lock the rest of us out. At the end of the day, black women should know beyond a shadow of a doubt that we not coming.
Hey, Roger, when you say that's the easiest thing to do, why do you think it's still a problem then? If it's the easiest thing to do.
Because a
It's
lot of black
not.
men, I think it's a problem
It's
because a
not a
lot of black
problem.
men been guilt tripped and told they gotta do something that's not even in their job description.
And a lot of times when we do that,
It's
something it ends up kind of
I
like
I think I think
leading
it
to
is I think it's partly
incarceration.
because so many of us don't have our own families. You know, when you have your own family, when you have your own wife and children, it's very easy for you to prioritize things a certain kind of way. There's certain things I don't even think about doing because I got a wife and children. You know, I mean, part of why things are so out of order because why you got guys behaving in chaotic ways is because they're out of order. They're out of sync. You know, if everybody's
yep.
married and got their own families and stuff, then you don't have all this craziness going on to begin with. But because, you know, nobody's really married or everything is kind of, you know, up in the air, you know, you got brothers kind of all kind of confused about what they're supposed to do. Men are natural protectors of women. That's an evolved thing. We have to be that way in order for our species to survive. If men were not naturally protective of females, we'd have been extinct a long time ago because they could not survive without us in the actual physical world. So we're going to have an evolved desire to protect them. Well, the best way to do it, the most natural way to do it, is for you to pair up, I pair up, he pair up, everybody pair up, everybody know what their priority is, what their focus is, and we create measures amongst ourselves so that you're not violating my shit. I'm not, because I don't want you violating your shit. I mean, I don't violate your shit because I don't want you violating my shit. And my shit is established, your shit is established. What happens when nobody's shit is established?
Interest,
Then
interest, diverse.
then men are confused about what they're supposed to be doing.
And I'm gonna say,
Kev
the
been trying
man.
to get in. Just to let y'all know, Kev been trying to get in.
Well, I'm gonna say this real quick, and then Kev, go ahead. At the end of the day, respect other men, and then this really clears itself up. I respect another man's right to run his household the way he wants to, which means I ain't bothering his stuff. Go ahead, Kev.
And
Kev,
these
you been trying to get
families
in?
are unmarried. Can you hear me? Mic
Yeah,
check.
yeah. Well, I hear you. I
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
hear you
Yeah.
now.
Mic check. I said most of these attack dog men and these families are unmarried. And just like Uru said, since they don't really have anything going on, they're not grounded. When you're not married, you're not grounded. And you'll be quicker to tell your sister or whomever, hey man, I got my own family to be dealing with. I can't be dealing with your foolishness.
Well, I think that we really don't, as a group of men, and I know it's difficult. You know what I'm saying? I'm not different than anybody else. I've had to face this stark, bleak reality, but I faced it a long time ago. Um, I think that if we do what we know what we're supposed to do, man, we're gonna feel a lot of loneliness because we're gonna know that, especially when you got a family, man, that's filled with a lot of females, man, and you got to look at their behaviors, and you already know what it is. I mean, it's going to basically be a reality that has you having to like walk away. I think I know we keep trying to bring this back to the relationship aspect, and part of this is that just because of the fact that the young girl and the woman were dealing with two dudes, but this is a family issue. This is not a relationship issue. This is what are the rules that the men in your family have created to enforce it in that vicinity. Because at the end of the day, like, we're just spinning our wheels out here by having conversations about, well, the females need to do this and the females need to do that. But on the ground level, when it relates to the men in their family, they ain't hearing none of that crap. The men are supporting them. The men are giving them money. They're helping them out. They're helping them move their furniture. When they get evicted, they're helping to put money down on their new rent. You know what I'm saying? They're putting their credit on the line. They're putting their name on it. I mean, all type of stuff. They're not letting them actually fail. And as long, I don't care what anybody says, as long as these females know that you're not going to pull that rug from up under their feet, they're going to keep walking over your face. They're going to keep
Yeah.
doing it. They're going to keep doing it. I said this to one of my homies a long time ago when he was dealing with his wife. People only do to you what you allow them to do to you. She ain't beating you up. She ain't knocking you out to the ground telling you to take her shit. Like, you're taking it. And I remember how he used to get into, now mind you, he was like 5 or 6 years older than his younger sister. Man, this chick stayed with an attitude. I mean, she stayed with a bad attitude all the time. I mean, even up until now, I mean, they used to argue with each other like a married couple. And I used to be like, dude, you're the older brother. Man, put her in line, bro. I'm like, but see, he would be arguing with her like she was his wife, but then he was like, yeah, I had to give my sister $1,500. Man, I would have gave that motherfucker shit. Like, what? What are you talking about? And it's like, dude, like, at a certain point, like, a lot of the brothers are taking on father roles, and it's not fair to them. You're taking on a role that is not your role to take on. Okay, your father is not there. Your sister need to be like in pocket. It don't matter if he ain't there. She need to be in pocket. And the reality of the situation is, I'm not even saying as far as like no physical type stuff. I'm saying, damn, are you going to withhold resources? Are you going to start there? Are you going to keep bailing her out? She needs some money for this because she didn't waste this money. Okay, I'm gonna keep giving her money. Dude, as long as you keep doing this type of stuff, man, these females have they can get money from their brothers and the men in their family. They can go out here in the streets, they can play other dudes play other dudes for money, not be married. Man, they're winning on both ends. They playing the dude as suckers in their families, and then they come out here in the overall public and they playing black men as suckers too. Like, why would they stop it? Nobody is going to stop them from doing it. Nobody's
Exactly,
going to
bro.
enforce no
Yeah.
order.
It's my
So ain't
All right,
son.
nobody going. They're going to
all
keep
right, y'all
doing it.
hold fast because usual business that came up and he ain't had a chance to speak, and he was extremely disrespectful because he came up way after the 3 hour mark. So
My bad, bro.
he disrespected extreme today. But since we love him around here, we gonna give him a pass. But go ahead, usual bit. Oh, before, because I've been meaning to say this for well over an hour. Shout out to Jason Mew. I know he's in the chat right now. I appreciate the $10 on the cash. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. My bad for taking so long to say it. It was usual business fault.
Blame it on Jermaine, bro. Blame it on Jermaine.
Go ahead, my brother.
like for me, when I understand, like I keep telling folks, I look at this tactically.
Get closer to the mic.
You're real low. You're real low.
You was good, then just all of a sudden went
You're
low.
good now.
I don't know what happened. Like, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you fine now. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what happened, but like I tell you, when I said this, I look at this tactically like a battle plan, right? When you understand that quote unquote somebody's playing you, right? Do you already know what they start necessarily doing? Like at the end of the day, I keep saying that people really think I'm lying, but you're gonna have to be cool with letting people burn. And people just not, and I keep saying it, but when I tell people that a lot of black dudes ain't comfortable letting people burn, because at the end of the day, how do you teach a lesson? You must suffer. Repeat this. For you to learn a lesson necessarily, you must suffer, or you must see somebody else suffering to a point that you say, I don't want to end up like that person. Right? So the problem is necessarily, right, cool. Put it like this, right? Let's look at this, right? Let's say I'm related to Gopi or I'm related to Rael, right? And then quote unquote, I robbed Rael 5 times. And I'm related to Gopi and Rael, right? I can rob Rael, go to Gopi, rob Gopi, go back to Roger. Rob Rael. Like I would do this necessarily the whole system to the end of time if you allow me to. Why would I stop?
Hey,
At the end of the day, the people, we as collectively, not speak for myself, because me, I'm a very different kind of person. I'm cool with it. But the average dude ain't comfortable with saying, hey, do you want to get on my program? First, they don't even know that they should tell a chick to be on a program. So that's the first part. So then when you get to the point that, quote unquote, you tell her that she's supposed to be on your program, then you must be willing to do what is necessary to either have them on your program or let them fall. And that's where collectively you always gonna drop the ball, because mama, I mean, it is what it is.
And that's the class that's not in the gynocratic curriculum.
Hey,
That's not normal.
User business.
I mean, you
I got
can't
a
run an
question
effective
for you,
matriarchy with men necessarily knowing they worth for their value. So
Exactly.
like it's come with the territory, but when I say that, people just get, they get upset.
Hey, user business. I got a question for you, brother. I got a question.
Yes.
What's with all the aggression, brother? I'm around people, you see what I'm saying? You give me, I'm feeling some type of way. You talking about robbing the God, and
I said I'm a Rob Rael too, though. I mean, it's Rob Peter, pay Paul kind of deal,
Hey, man, well, Rob Roger, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, Roger ain't got that much money though. I mean, I'm telling you, he got some money now though. My bad, because I can do super chats, my nigga.
Shots fired.
So he's technically on the market too now. I think got a couple $100 super chats. So it is what it is, man.
Well, I'm just saying, man, I'm trying to get my money. You talking about robbing me and Rael, man?
Usual business is like anybody can get this business.
Yeah, all right. Usual business.
It is usual business.
Usual business.
I keep telling y'all.
Go ahead, Uru. You was going to ask a question.
Well, usual business. You do a lot of traveling. You travel around the world, right? You spend a lot of time in Africa. Your perspective about the relationship between men and women is vastly broader than that of most black men.
Mm-hmm.
See, when you've seen the proper order of things, it's much easier for you to demand the proper order of things.
Exactly.
Because you've actually seen it work, and you've seen it work better. And you saw it happen without the women arguing with you, fighting with you, struggling with, all this. You got to second guess yourself. You confused. You got to worry about the police. You could just be a man in this environment. And a lot of this, why a lot of black men cannot, keep things in the proper places. They've never really seen things operate in the proper order. They don't really believe in it. It's not even a real, they like to throw out this term patriarchy. The vast majority of black American men have zero idea of what a patriarchy is. Zero. They have no concept of it. None whatsoever. and you're expecting these people to actually be men. It's expecting a lot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of like
You low again. Get close to the mic.
You low again.
my bad. Damn, this mic. I'm gonna go buy me a new mic then. Goddamn.
That's that Nigerian ass mic, man. You got
I get off my $40 mic now. Goddamn it. But I know I'm about to say it. Yeah. Like for me, I fully understand that. Like I do my little system how I would do it. I already built it in my brain that said how it's gonna work if you wanted to quote unquote save more people. You got to pull them from that environment. Like you can't quote unquote clean a pig in a dirty environment. Like imagine you trying to clean your pig necessarily, right? But he literally in the mud. So literally every time you wipe off some dirt, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Dirt get back on them. Right, so you would literally have to cleanse their mind necessarily of the filth that was necessarily put into it, right? So you got to bring them from that environment and bring them to another place, right? That's why I say, hey, come to me to Colombia, hey, come to me to Uganda, right? And I started setting up things for quote unquote dudes who want to come to Colombia. It's $500, bro. You can get $500 together, bro. You can come to Colombia, and I can shape your worldview. But the first thing is what I'm starting to understand is you got to have two things. You got to have quote unquote first figure out that something's wrong, right? In the Matrix, Neo understood that something was off. He didn't understand what it was, right? And then the second thing was the will to say, I think I can find something better. And that's the two things that you need to quote unquote to be in that position. But how many men have all two or three? I can't necessarily say. But
A lot of these, I mean, we got to come to the conclusion too that quite a few of these brothers are beyond redemption, man.
Yes,
I don't care where you take them. I don't care where you take them. I've seen it with my own eyes. Sometimes, you're not going to bring them out of it. They're so steep. We're so steep deep into it that it's beyond redemption. There's no recovering for some of them.
I think the wrong thing has been presented now, and I'm gonna cut the stream very soon. But I want T'Challa to get up here and say something else because he just came back. I'm gonna say, y'all, honestly, I think black men don't really focus on where protection actually is. Because I did this, and really what I wanted to do was the theme of protecting black women. How do you protect them? If I'm willing to fight your boyfriend, quote unquote, can I protect you? Because I gotta, quote unquote, protect you from yourself, right? You know, that's what people say. Or the thing is, I gotta let you deal with the real world as is. I gotta tell you stuff about the real world and then let the real world do you how it's gonna do you if you put yourself in a bad position. So how can I protect my sister if I won't let my sister understand how the real world works? In the real world, I ain't coming to get you. You know what I'm saying? That's the real world. I'm not coming. And that's real talk. Y'all say how y'all want to, y'all can come up with any way you want to feel. I'm really to the audience, any way you want to feel about that. It is not my job as a grown man to be worried about my sisters like that. I have no thought process when I wake up about how to protect my sisters. I have no thought process about how to protect my mother. If someone who is uninvited trying to hurt them, that's a different story. But I definitely can't protect you from invited people. You can't invite somebody to you and then tell me I got to come protect you from that person. That is absolutely ludicrous to me. And I would never conform to that idea. I'm going to die before I conform to that idea. That's crazy. You're going to invite somebody in and then tell me I got to come protect you from that person? How about you just stop inviting me in? But I really want to T'Challa. Oh, go ahead. I'm finna get to T'Challa. But Inspired you was finna say something, so let's get you in, then we get to T'Challa in.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna like add on stuff before I because I dropped off early and I was just kind of trying to hang my hat on this one thing that we're being charged with protecting people that don't turn around and then protect us. In both of those cases, with both of those sisters, they didn't protect their man, they didn't protect their brother. Neither one of them were protected. But somehow, or some sort of a way, we're charged with protecting when we can't actually advise either.
Yeah.
I honestly think black women get joy from this situation, which is why I titled it the way they do. I've heard of so many black women who brought two different men together, which you know good and well going to end up in just about a fight or somebody shooting at each other based on the scenarios going on in the event. And this is what happened. Now, I get the young girl doing it because I'm not going to judge her from an adult standpoint. The girl did something stupid. Children do stupid stuff. But she said, I'm going to bring a nigga in the house and try to get it on with that nigga, even though my brother live here too. That was just her being dumb. Now, the adult one, that's just her liking to see stuff jump off where she not going to get touched, and they're going to fight over her so she can feel good about herself. Her brother's life is expendable to her.
Yep.
But T'Challa, go ahead, my brother, because I got to close this one down. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. I don't have anything else to add. I'm gonna try to come back because I am having technical issues, but I'm just going to come right back and come back on stage. That's really all I'm doing. But thanks for acknowledgement.
Hey, Raj, let me ask you a
I
question.
don't know.
I think it's a good analogy, but I can ask the whole panel. Y'all remember Godfather, and y'all remember Sonny, and how Sonny ended up getting killed because he ran over because his sister was getting beat by her husband, and he ran over there. And obviously, it was a setup. But long story short, my question is, what do you think Don Corleone's position would have been on that situation? Would he have advised that they took that into their hands and went and beat up the husband, or stayed out of it, like you saying?
My personal question? Is like a personal or everybody?
Well, yeah, I mean, because it's just another the same analogy of the sister versus brother in a patriarchy, at least in that movie. The Godfather is like a patriarchy. So this is how they was functioning. And Sonny, he crashed out. But did he crash out, or is that what Don Corleone would have said? Go beat that nigga up for beating your sister.
Nah, I mean, because like at the end of the day, the mafia is about making money and keeping us sustained and surviving, right? That's the job, right?
Right.
So the reality is, for me, I got an auntie who got her ass slapped, right, by one of the dudes she was with, and I was like 10 when I saw this, right? And I thought about it. I was like, if she quote unquote want to leave that man, she can leave that man.
Right.
At any like this, right? If your quote unquote sister said, "Hey, you know what? I made a mistake. I dated this wrong person. Can I stay here for like 4-5 months to get my stuff together?" The reality, open reality is, you would most likely let her stay there unless she's a bad person.
Right. Of course.
Right. So the reality is necessarily right. So that either means you burnt all your options with your family, right? Or necessarily you actually like that. And the problem is with most dudes, they don't. I really see it. Like most dudes can't accept that women are evil and they have their own mindset and they would do that. They're capable of great evil too. So it's just like they can't believe that. I can't believe Keisha would set me up. I can't believe Keisha would take my money. I can't believe, see what I'm saying?
Right.
She would lie to me and tell me that baby was mine. I can't believe that she would sabotage me. I can't believe that she would poison me. And I'm like, what has human history told you about women that they won't do this?
Do y'all remember the story where the female lied to her brother? She was on this podcast with this dude.
I seen that
about a year or 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
And she lied about this Hispanic dude. She was interested in him, and he rejected her. And so she lied to him and said he did something to her. I can't remember what he said.
Said it beat her.
Okay, beat her. And her brother took this dude out. Like, and literally, she sent her brother to prison for a lie on a dude who did nothing wrong to her. And she was on a podcast laughing it off like it meant nothing.
Because it probably didn't mean nothing to her.
But see, that's what I'm saying. See,
I
I'm to the
think-
point now.
I think Don Corleone knew his daughter was getting her ass beat. I think he knew. Yeah. And I think that's an old school or old world kind of thing. There was an interesting scene in The Sopranos where I forget the name, Chris, the young mobster, he was beating up his girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And her uncle got out of prison. Very interesting character, kind of a more diminished version of Al Pacino gets out of prison. And he's sort of a fabled mobster, so people are kind of like, hey, kind of giving him his props because, he was kind of that kind of dude when he was on the streets. And when the guy walks up to him, he tells him, I hear you're being you're beating my niece. And he tells him, if you want to beat on my niece, you marry her. And then don't let me hear about you beating on my niece again unless you married her. And that was all he had to say about him beating her.
True.
I think a man like Don Corleone definitely would have known he was beaten, because he probably did not approve of her marrying that particular dude to begin with. But he let it happen anyway. But he probably, if you recall the character of that particular dude, he probably would not have been the guy, but he was a good looking guy, that kind of dude. And so they got married. But yeah, he knew he was beating her ass. He knew.
And see, the thing is, what I was saying too was, do black men really support each other in terms of supporting each other's interests? Because the more you allow these females in your family to just run roughshod over you, they're going to go out into society thinking that they can do it to other black men. Because this is what happens with females. They'll deal with, because a lot of times females know sucker dudes. They know a sucker dude. And they'll deal with sucker dudes, and then they'll try to apply that to black men overall and be like, you're supposed to follow the script until you show them like, nah, bitch, I ain't on that type of shit. You tripping. And then there's a fallout typically. But where they literally learn it the most from is not dating. They learn this in the family environment. They don't learn it dating first. They learn it in the home environment. I've seen plenty of videos. I've heard it throughout the years where females dudes have said, yeah, man, my mom taught me, that I should never hit a woman. No matter how many times your sister, hit you, you shouldn't hit her back type thing. And they'll go out here with that kind of mentality that protect your sisters or your female cut at all costs. And it's like, you don't know what type of shit show you're stepping into as a man when you enter this world with that kind of mentality, because those same types of females will typically go to the very guys who they really shouldn't really be dealing with, and then you feel the need to intervene. And a lot of times, them the type of dudes that'll put them things on you, and then now you out of this world over some dumb broad in your family that don't give a crap about you. Because the truth of the matter is, what these two females showed in these two instances was the fact that they didn't care what kind of dudes they brought around the men in their family. They didn't care. They didn't care if they were violent. They didn't care if, what I'm saying, because that young girl don't know this dude. Like, he's just some dude she just met in school or something. But she don't really know who he is. He could have been all types of violent, man. He could have had that thing on him. Something could have happened. He could have came in there, man. He could have pulled that thing on Pat Bear, boom, he killed over something silly. And so I'm saying that a lot of dudes don't really watch each other's six, because they'll sit there and just let their female relatives just hit the world, and with no, like, I'm going to come and defend your honor no matter what, when most of the time there is no honor to defend, because they a lot of times fucking with some dude they don't need to be fucking with in the first place.
Right. Remember that statement I made to you a long time ago, like I think it was like last week or so?
You got to say what the statement is.
Okay. Remember I said most black women are white supremacists, right? I remember me saying, I said most black women are white supremacists, right?
Yes,
when I said that, everybody kind of always hit that. But like I said, but would you expect a white supremacist to care about your best interests?
True.
Yeah, I mean that goes hand in hand. And I ain't gonna say anybody who don't know black women and white supremacists ain't paying attention, but
no. A lot of people who really don't believe that. They really believe that black women are
no, but I 100% agree with that. I've been saying that for years at this point, so I 100% agree with that. But the thing is, for us to have what we want, we have to do certain things to get there. And I'm saying one of the first things to get the quote unquote community from an overall perspective in order, you have to leave men alone about how they handle their women. If she don't really want to be handled that way, she'll find somebody else.
Exactly.
But that proxy
That's what she
violence,
into.
yeah, proxy violence is a
Oh,
beast, though. I mean, kind of like if we have a assassin, say, gets paid to do something, oh, we get that guy for that. But like if it's a woman that pays no money and says, "Hey, go deal with this guy," no charges. Sometimes it's how it works. Sometimes.
There needs to be a simple rule. Before a woman has you interfere with anything with a man, make sure she's no longer with him. Now, I still wouldn't do it anyway because there's really no need. If he beating on her and they're in a relationship, why I need to really bother with this? Ain't nothing finna change. So I'm gonna go over there and get. Let's say I win the fight. Do I end up getting the police called on me because I won? Let's say I lose the fight. Now I got beat up, or maybe I even got killed. Where is the benefit in me doing any of this unnecessary work? I don't like busy work. If I go there and beat him up, my sister ain't finna stop messing with him. We know women. This ain't finna happen. What am I gonna get out of beating him up? Nothing.
But
All I get
did
to do
did
is maybe get charged. That's what I get to do. I might get charged.
Yep.
did our Kryptonian brother get a chance to get in? I don't know if he's new. Did he?
No, he
Or
he
he
came
came
up
up?
earlier, but he
Oh,
had
okay,
been
my
quiet
bad.
lately.
Okay, I didn't know if he.
But since you done put him on the spot,
Yeah, he gotta say something
all
now.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay done called you out, so now you gotta say something.
My bad.
Don't worry. I got a very, very difficult question for you. But this is
Okay.
a Bible study on.
Well, we finna head right into Bible study because I need to get up out of here, y'all. But it's been a wonderful. And I'm telling y'all, the real thing I'm pushing, if y'all want to see black women protected, you got to leave other men alone about how they're dealing in a relationship. You may not like it. You may not agree with it. But if you want to protect black women, you got to leave that other dude alone. As long as she know that you coming to get her back, no matter what she does, she will always put herself in bad situations. Y'all ever notice how Lois Lane kept doing the dumbest stuff only because she knew Superman was going to show up?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
I never noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect
Now,
example.
yeah, for me, it's stupid. But her, oh, he's Superman coming. It don't make no difference. If they throw me off the building, he'll get hit before I hit the ground. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're doing to black women by always jumping in their business with some other man. It's they together, leave them alone. It's that simple at the end of the day. Let her be sure that this is what she's comfortable with. Because y'all are encouraging women to marry these men because they always think you're going to be there to come help. So, yeah, now I married a man because my brother's going to always come help. My sister's going to know for sure I ain't helping. So, I love my sisters, but I love them enough to let them know that I'm not coming to back them up on no BS. Once you get married, once you tell me you with this guy, he is your leader. As a fellow man, I got to respect the way he do his leadership. I don't have to agree with it. I don't. I don't care what it is. I just don't have to agree with it, but it ain't my business to do nothing about it. She is not my daughter, and she does not live under my roof. It's that simple. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Long live the Habitual Line Steppers. Oh, make sure you subscribe if you like the realest content out here, because it's going to be right here. Best show on social media, y'all. Ain't no secret. Long live the Habitual Line Steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right. And I'm out.
All right, back to work.